Hello, we welcome everyone at the second part of the final pitching of the projects in the competition of PITCHUA Plus, Stories of Ukrainian Strength. Yesterday we had day one, today we have the second day, so we'll be listening to the pitchings of the 12 projects. So we do hope that it will go on for till about 7:30 p.m. Kyiv time. This event is streamed online at our channel of YouTube. We have two streams, in English and in Ukrainian. All the participants can follow all the pitchings there. All the teams which are taking part, please join Zoom about at least 5 minutes till the beginning of your time slot, for us to be sure that all of you are here and on time. We have simultaneous interpretation, so please, all of the teams, please don't forget to select this function if you need interpretation, not to lose what to do during the process of the pitching. Each of the teams will have 5 minutes for the presentation of the project and 10 minutes more to answer the questions. So today, the panel of the competition has our Hollywood expert Adam Siegel, the Ukrainian head of TCA project Yaropolk Timkiv, and my colleague Tatiana Kiselchuk, who is the manager of this socially important content in TCA project. I'd like to remind you that the competition of PITCHUA Plus is organized by the United States Agency on International Development, USAID, and also this competition is supported by the Ministry of Culture and Informational Policy of Ukraine. So, my name is Alexander Klemenov, I'm the head of TV and cinema content in TCA project unit, so if you don't know me so far, still I hope that we all know each other already. During this competition, during this contest, let's move to the first team. The first team is the project On This Land We Are Free Flowers. So please, you have 5 minutes for the presentation, then you'll have 10 minutes for the Q&A session. We are beginning. Thank you. Good day, my name is Bella. I'm the producer of the project, and today our team is our film director Alia Bukhtiyarova, Ivan Timshin, our write script, Tatiana Timsheva, our producer, and also we have two co-producers, Jack Armstrong and Elvin Loyer from Dublin and Amsterdam. I don't see them so far. Maybe they will join us soon. So now we'll start our presentation. Let me share my screen. Do you see it? Not so far. And now we see it, yes. You see it, okay.
I will switch to English. So we present our film On This Land We Are Free Flowers. This is the movie about the flower shop. The Russian propaganda said to Russian soldiers they will be meet here in Ukraine with the flowers, but they will mistaken very much. So then this is the flower shop with florist, the women florist, and we start our movie on the 14th of February, on the Valentine's Day, when there is like a big boom for the flower shop always. And then
Не чуємо вас, ви зникли. We do not hear you, you've vanished.
Do you hear?
Тепер чуємо, так.
Yeah.
The owner of flower shop even they order another bunch of flowers for the 8th of March. But then this is our heroine, and you see we have four. The main here is the owner, then there is a florist with two kids, there is a young florist, the girl, and there is the accountant, the older woman. And I will tell you a bit about the heroine. Our main heroine, she is the owner, and she turns after 24th of February, when the war started, her team immediately spread it out, like because everybody is saving their families and their life. She turned her flower shop in the volunteer hub with the medicine to help the hospitals and the people who really need it, because it was really difficult at those times because of the logistic were crashed completely. Then we have the Then we have the second heroine, Sophia. She became refugee with her kids, and she went to Netherlands to their partners, because she was saving the life of her kids. Then we have the next heroine. This is the youngest and the most one of the most strong maybe characters. She's a Greek girl. She's from Greek diaspora. She's from Mariupol, and she was trying to evacuate her parents from Mariupol. We have also the fourth character, the older lady. I will show her here, the older lady. But she was like under the Russian propaganda. She believed that really the Putin will come and he will make life better. And she lives in Irpin. And then at some moment, we lost connection with her. The owner trying to get her out of Irpin, but she always said that, no, it will be finished in 3 days. And then we lost the connection with her. So we don't see her for a long time in the movie. So the war started, and everybody has its own way how to survive, how to deal with the war. But in general, they are all connected by the flower shop, and they have all these messengers where they share all the thoughts. And then at some moment. Maybe I'm lost a bit, sorry. At some moment, what we see, then they gather together. The main heroine is staying in the hub and helping people. Then the Sophie, she is back with her kids because she believes that she wants to be in. She doesn't want to immigrate. She come back to Ukraine. Our young heroine Luisa, she became the paramedic. She evacuated her parents from the Mariupol, and she became the paramedic. And then at some moment, the main heroine brought back from Irpin our older heroine. She changed her mind. She understood that she was not right. And then we have a few more interesting scenes there. This is the flowers in Amsterdam. Because the main heroine, she bought the big bunch of flowers for the 8th March. The partners, they asked what to do with that. Maybe we should give you back the money. But then they decided to make the charity selling for Ukraine. So they sold all these flowers for Ukraine, and a lot of people in Europe, they come in Amsterdam, they come to buy these flowers. And even when the flowers are finished, they were still donating. This is our heroine. She come back to Ukraine with the kids, and then there is a first in some moment there is a first customer came to the shop, and then the main heroine, she realized that people need that flowers. They need that flower because they bring the joy, even in such a different time, in difficult time. They bring the joy. So then they open the shop, like partly it's a medical hub, but partly it's a flower shop already. And then the youngest heroine, she got married with her boyfriend. They are both in the military uniform. And when they got married, she threw the bouquet of the flowers to her friends. And then suddenly this bouquet came to the hands of our main heroine.
You've run out of time. Can you just please summarize, and we will move on to questions and answers.
Yeah. So then I will quickly tell how we deal with the doctor session. So there was, we changed the conflict for Alexandra. Now she became like, she realized that she's pregnant. After the war started, she realized that she's pregnant. And she's trying to understand, should she leave Ukraine to survive her life and the life of her young kid, or should she stay in Ukraine because her hub became a help for hundreds of people? Then we changed the conflict to Louisa. Louisa has the conflict of parents and kids, and she has she doesn't want to be a doctor, and she left Mariupol to Kiev. But then when the war started, she started to talk to parents again, and she evacuated them, and she became the paramedic. We also make the line of flowers much more stronger than it was before. And okay, listen, I think that if I'm running out of time, you just start with the question, and then we will answer, because I have a bigger presentation.
Yeah, you are out of time. Thank you very much for this presentation. I have a question for you. What will make the viewers want to watch the film after 3 minutes?
After 3 minutes?
Yes. After the first 3 minutes, what will keep them watching? Okay,
this is the answer. We have two auditoriums. First, it's the Ukrainians. For Ukrainians, I think it's kind of art of a form of therapy, because we need stories to understand ourselves. And sorry, why it's not sharing?
You turned it off.
No, I didn't. Again. Then, and our film allows viewers to re-experience the events of war through the screen, helping them to express, understand, and ultimately release the trauma of war that has left its mark on their soul. So then sometimes you have to re-experience something to get it out. This is for the viewer in Ukraine, and then there is the answer for the viewer for the foreigners, because this is the insight and an understanding for them, because they were not here. They were seeing only the big media, where all explosions, bombing, and everything is terrible, but they have no idea how it happened in the backline, how people survived in the cities where they were sometimes bombing, but not so much like in the front. And also there is a third reason. Despite the relaxation and the distraction, despite the heavy subject matter, the film can provide viewers with the temporary.
We lost you. Okay. While Bella is reconnecting, so we're not wasting time, Adam, do you have questions for other members of the team?
Yeah. My question is about the four characters. Oh, hi, Bella.
Hello.
You're back? Bella, we hear you. Can you hear us?
I'm here. Hello.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm in the train station, maybe because of that. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, let's listen to Adam's question.
I'm going to ask a question. So what is the device, or how do you find a way thematically, or in some other way, to connect the four different characters' storylines? Like how do we understand them, and how are they sort of bound together from the point of view of the viewer? Is there one character in particular that is foregrounded that we're sort of really paying attention to, like Louisa, who's the younger one? So I'm just sort of looking at how do you allow the structure of the story to really sort of allow us to comprehend and grasp all four different stories at the same time.
Ivan. I will pass this question to our scriptwriter. Ivan, can you please answer about the
На жаль, в
hello?
мене перекладач не працює, а я не дуже гарно розумію.
Перекладач
Hello.
працює. Будь ласка, відповідайте.
А? Ні,
Перекладач працює. Будь ласка, відповідайте.
я не знаю,
I did
зрозумів.
not understand the question because I don't know how to turn on the interpretation. What connects all the four characters, right? Yes, how structurally we can connect all the four characters. How are they connected in the structure? Okay, I saw this connection through the main character, Alexandra, and of course through the flower shop, which is becoming the hub,
Ходять люди. Тобто
and
Олександр
people are coming through it. Alexandra is this link between all those heroines, between all the characters. She is making the medical hub out of the flower shop. She helps Louise to get in touch with the volunteers. She is in touch with Sophia all the time, and she convinces her to stay in the Netherlands. She is getting in touch with Canada or other people who provide medicine or some money for the medicine. She is the center of our narrative. And now we made it a very hard choice for her when she does not understand. She is the woman in a certain age. So when she gets to know that she is pregnant, she faces a choice what to do, whether she should leave all of that and leave, just stop being the center. But at least to save, I don't know, not save, I don't know what to say. Okay, let it be to save her health and the child.
цього оповідання, через які проходять всі інші.
So she is the center of the narrative.
Ну і я хочу додати, що
And I'd like to add that
фільм про війну, в якому якби не буде війни.
we are trying to create
Вона буде десь там.
the film without the war. We don't want to show the war directly, but it will always stay very close as a topic. It will be near us. It will be a kind of all the life which is there, but still we would like to show it only once on the screen when our Alexandra leaves for Irpin, which will be liberated, and she will find hope. Nadia, who hoped that the Russians could bring peace. I would like to add
something about the war in the movie, that we feel the war reflects to everything there, because we see the air sirens, we have the kanonat, we have these people refugee, we have people in the underground in the metro station hiding. So then we see that, but we do not show the explosion. So then we see all the how the war reflects to the civilians, not to the military people, how the civilians are surviving in a war, but not on the front line. Because as an example, I can tell you this, the movie Bunker about the last days of Hitler, and they have an incredible
Bella, you're out of
sound.
time.
Yeah, sorry. They have the incredible sound, always kanonat in the movie, always. So then you feel that, but you don't see that.
Thank you. Івана, скажіть, будь ласка, у вас обрана функція перекладу?
Thank you. Ivan, have you selected the interpretation function? No, I cannot do that so far. I don't know how to. You need to select it. You need to select the Ukrainian language. I have selected, but somehow I don't hear it. I understand the essence of the words, but I don't understand the details. And I don't speak English myself. Still, I understand.
Adam, do you have more questions?
Well, we're running out of time, but
Yeah.
the main question I got an answer to, so thank you.
Окей. Ярополк Тимків хоче у вас запитати.
Okay, Yaropolk, I would like to ask, he wants to ask something from you. Hello, I have several questions as always. Let's start with the simpler ones. You are connecting to Mariupol city. We recently had the story with Mariupol city and the film Yurik. What do you think about that? If the residents of Mariupol come to you and they say everything happened in a different way. No, we wouldn't like to show the city of Mariupol. There was the road of life there, the corridor. So if we even show it, we will just show how Luisa meets the parents. Yes, okay, got it. The second question about the money, as always. You would like 1/3 of your budget. What's happening with your 2/3 of the budget, with the rest? I would like to answer. Well, because your budget is 600,000. Okay. I would like to answer about Mariupol as well. In our application, it is we written the list of the experts who would be involved. And the first expert is me, because I'm the Greek person. I'm from Mariupol diaspora. I have connections with Mariupol diaspora. Okay, yes, got it. Your answer is enough. And as for the question about the money, you asked something about the money. Yes, you have 200,000, which you'd like to get from us, but you need 400,000 more.
Yep.
Ми вас чуємо.
We hear you.
Так, ми вас чуємо.
Yes, we hear you.
Ми вас чуємо.
We used to hear you at least. Can I tell a bit? In our application, we said that the budget is 800,000, not 600,000. Yes, 800,000. So you need 600,000 more. Yes, I do apologize. So we are planning, first of all, to apply for different grants, international grants, European ones, to take part in the works with the European producers. And also, we will present this project and we'll try to consider pre-sales at the primary stage. We even have the TV channels who are interested in this topic. Got it. And the last question, what will change in the Ukrainian cinema industry and among the citizens when they watch your TV series? It's a film, it's not a series. Yes, film, sorry. And what shall they lose if they don't see your film and if it is not produced? First of all, I need to say that our film is not only for the Ukrainian audience, but for the foreign audience as well. First of all, we are researching emotions. So we would like the viewers to be compassionate. We are trying to make a film which will show the horrors of the war from the perspective of the woman, which is also a separate topic, which is interesting for many people in the world, how the women were living through these times. And also, undoubtedly, it will be the historical thing. Just recently, we were living through that on our own. Our memory is really fresh, so we know all the details of what has happened during the first 3 months of the war. We will show the logistics for those who would like to change their life. The sound is totally unintelligible. So, of course, our viewers will not lose anything, I hope, if they don't see the film. They will not lose anything materially. But when they watch this film, they will gain something, and they will gain much more. The understanding what was taking place since then. Thank you. Sorry, you're really out of time. So I think that that's it. We can thank your team. Please go to YouTube. You can watch the stream of the following presentations of other teams. Thank you so much. And I invite the next team, the project of Limited. Please.
Під'єднуйтесь, і кому треба, увімкніть функцію перекладу, позначка глобусу внизу в вашому Zoom-інтерфейсі. Оберіть там, будь ласка, українську мову. Команда проекту Limited, чи ви всі?
Limited team, are you all here?
Я тут режисер.
А інші? Хто ще?
I'm the director. And the rest of the team? Sergey Lavrenyuk is our producer and our writer, Olena. Please let them in if they're in the waiting room. Olena Kosenko and Sergey Lavrenyuk. That's
Так, Сергій, наче під'єднується.
the team. Sergey is joining us now.
Технічна команда, будь ласка, подивіться, чи є там.
We would like our technical team. Oh, yes, we have them now.
Всі чують, всі бачать.
So, can you hear
Чудово.
us? Can you see us? You have 5 minutes for your presentation and 10 minutes for the Q&A. And the timer is on at the bottom of your screen.
Добрий день.
Right. Good
Давайте почну я. Я представлюся. Сергій Лавренюк.
afternoon.
Продюсер.
I'm Sergey Lavrenyuk. I'm producer of Limited.
І хотів би
And I'd like to
на початок радий вас
say a
бачити
couple words. First of all, I'm happy to see you again.
в більшій кількості.
And there are more experts than last time,
Про зміни.
which is also good, about the changes that we
Проект починається
decided upon. Our project starts with the name and the title,
знак запитань.
so we decided to add the question mark and turn it into an existential question that the Ukrainian nation is now facing, whether all these events are prone to turning Ukrainians from limited into unlimited. And the rest of the changes have to do with the creative part. And that's why I would like to turn the floor to Arkady. And after that, we'll be able to answer your question, I believe. I am Arkady Nepetaluk, director of Limited. I'm not going to retell the storyline, but let me just discuss the changes that we made after the doctoring. First of all, we specified the event. Why Nadia, the leading character, decides to come back to Ukraine from Poland. Because responding to the feelings of Piotr, the Pole, she is really apprehensive because of this relation. She can lose a lot. Her husband, her family, and her country. And it is not that reflective with her, but this is about changing your place, changing your home. And she comes back home with this kind of apprehension, but the family to meet her is totally different. The country is totally different because the war changed everything. But her husband and her son are still the same. They are frustrated, they are anxious, and cannot find their place in this new situation, this war situation. Her husband is jobless and helpless. Denis does not know what to do. He feels guilty that he has not joined the force and afraid of joining. So that's the ground on which we have this comedy turn. Nadia tries to change a man and the husband and the son, and they oppose this change. They want to stick to their usual ways. And this is the territory of comedy. And the territory of drama is, and we specified after the doctoring, the process of transformation from Zenek, the husband, frustrated, anxious, and helpless, he turns into a hero, and then is also develops into a volunteer for the force, and that's how he develops as a character. And we specified this transformation of this arch that's individual, that's family level, when all the family changes, and the country that changes, and the national level, if I may say so. These are the three levels. Well, I can see that the time is up, so that's the gist anyway. So let's switch to the questions.
Okay. I have several questions, but the main question is, have you made any changes regarding the daughter and how to sort of, how her story sort of proceeds?
Аркадій, як розумію, до тебе
Є
запитання.
переклад, Аркадій, є переклад.
Can you hear the interpretation? Yes, I can hear the interpretation, but the daughter's line we specified in the way that she, well, having helped here in Ukraine, helped her mother change the man, her dad and her brother. She finds her real place in Poland, but this is not that flat. She comes back to her studies in Poland, but this is not that straightforward, like all Ukrainians have come back and God forbid anybody opts otherwise. And her line makes it more diversified, you see. So not everybody is so such a white hat after all. Maybe you can add something. I hope I have satisfied you, Adam.
Yeah. Yarko?
Доброго дня. Дякую за вашу
Good afternoon. Thank you for your application. I'm Yarpol Timkin from TCA. I have a set of questions. Number one, it's a very simple one, really. Why Poland versus Ukraine? IDPs and versus DPs in Poland. The situation between Ukraine and Poland is not that happy. And we have many DPs in Poland, but even in your storyline, the Poles are not really that positive. And that can even worsen the split, the chasm. That's one question. Now, why not the Netherlands, Hungary? Why Poland? I'd like to try, and maybe Olena will add to this. She lives in Germany right now. She has a say, I'm sure. Well, first of all, we started working on this project long before the problems occurred. And I think this is transient anyway, between Ukraine and Poland. These are some pre-election political games, but it looks like in Poland, the number of Ukrainians from the time before the invasion and during the invasion, it's 10% of the Polish population now. So Ukrainians have a role to play, definitely, even policy-wise and politics-wise, perhaps. Thirdly, we do not really design this confrontation. It's not a confrontation between Poles and Ukrainians. We are very grateful to Poland and the Polish nation. I am now at the Warsaw Film Festival and have conversations with the Polish cinema filmmakers about this situation. This is not about politics, though. This is about culture. So in your product, Poles will be positive. Well, they will look like real people, not. And thank you very much. I'm satisfied. I have other questions, though. The budget is 200,000. It seems, out of which you need 376,000 US. Is there any hope? Are there any contracts to make this matching contribution? Yes, it is in the application, really, that we have 4 options for the missing part. Broadcasters from Ukraine, Sons TV network is interested, and some other groups are not dropping any names, but we're having the talks right now, and we have this negotiation with one of the biggest Polish TV networks. And the third and the fourth is this is our own capital, our own funds. And what will change for the Ukrainian film industry and for the audience if it is produced and screened, and what will be lost? Olena can answer this question, I'm sure. Yes, good afternoon. And I would like to thank Adam for his constructive commentary and his questions. The doctoring session was extremely important and fruitful. For the film industry, nothing can be changed. We are not a game changer, you know. We have no such ambitions for the Ukrainian market or the international, for that matter. What will make our project attractive is a different thing. This is the genre thing, because we would like to tell the story also in this comic key, because talking about war without this tragic touch, but there is some dramatic, but kind of dramedy touch. I remember the situation after the Balkan Wars, and Serbian filmmakers had a survey conducted. They wanted to know what the audience actually desired to see, and 90% of the audience wanted comedy. And Serbs started making comedies, not just war films. And there's Zemfirov's Zone, a beautiful film that is based on their classic literature. And we have to use this avenue of approach. We have to discuss serious things, but without being that serious. And well, let me add, we think that after this film, the viewers, especially the ones who are not in Ukraine right now, will think about actually finalizing their choice and choosing in favor of comeback. Because after the Balkan Wars, I know what a chunk of population was lost for the countries in question, and we do not want those displaced persons to get lost. We would like to invite them to come back to their country. Thank you.
This actually brings up, you've kind of mentioned a little bit of my question, which is and you hint at it in the beginning of your pitch, what are the conversations that you expect and hope will come out of people viewing your show, and what are the topics that will be brought up for people to discuss as a result of your show?
Well, they will say, "Oh my God, this is me. This is about me. A story of my life, a story of my neighbor's life. I've seen that. I've been there, done that, and this is so familiar for everyone. This is so appealing in terms of experience and associating with the characters. One can easily pick up a character to associate with." I'd like to add that, in fact, the Night Dukes, the family, is a typical kind of family for Ukraine, and for series. This is a great combination of characters, a great set of characters. Such a family. Well, our time is up, but let me just put one last question. Speaking of typical Ukrainian families, you have some elements like Zenek is a drunk, and this is not fully in consistency with the USAID policy, because in the content you cannot demonstrate any excessive drinking, intoxication, so forth. Are you prepared to change your story to be in consistency with the policy? Well, this is all about the best way to demonstrate, to present that even an alcoholic, a hopeless drunk, can be presented not in his intoxicated condition, but through comments made by his warm circle, the neighbors. This is not about naturalistic, physiological manifestations of the state. We will have this comic element, but it won't be much of physical comedy, for a drunk or intoxicated state. And we never thought about any physical comedy related to the state. This is banal, and this is not a problem for us. Not to show that, not to represent him drinking. When Nadia comes back home, she finds Zanek in his disheveled state with the red eyes, and it's enough for us to understand that he is having a hangover. Well, let me just add that we are prepared to follow the guidelines of USAID. That's my producer's word. Now, well, thank you very much. Our time is up. Thanks, and you can follow other pictures and on YouTube. We are streaming there. Now, thank you very much, and let me invite our next team.
Будь ласка, під'єднуйтесь до Zoom.
So please join Zoom now. And if any of you need interpretation, please do that in your interface. At the bottom panel, you can see a globe icon. Please push it, and there you can choose Ukrainian language to hear simultaneous interpretation. Is the whole team of Cargo serious here? I guess so. Perfect. If you are here, you can begin. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, then 10 minutes for the Q&A session.
Yeah, we will present our TV series on English. And my name is Olga Didenko. I'm the creator of our TV series. And now I want to thank for this opportunity and the session we have with Adam. We have considered carefully the revisions we had, and now we want to present what changes we have made. First, I want to emphasize the themes we want to explore in our TV series. It's Ukrainian resilience in the face of Russian full-scale invasion, the strength of women among the war and coming of age during the war, as well as PTSD impact on veterans and overcoming trauma. And due to our characters, we also explore the complexity of relationship between siblings with significant age difference. And here our main characters, Anya, we added some depths to our characters. For example, Anya, who wants to be a hero, now is envious of her sister Lisa, war veteran, because she is already a hero. And Anya is also angry with her parents because they always prioritized Lisa, especially after her injury when she lost a leg in the battle. At the same time, Lisa, the oldest sister, now we want to emphasize that she suffers from PTSD and she has frequent flashbacks to her time in the ATO zone, as well as the fact that Lisa has always felt responsible for her little sister. And now this pushes her to follow her sister on her crazy adventures. We also thought about suggestion to do better fact check. So we interviewed a bunch of people who were on occupied territories during the August 22. It's the period when our TV series take place. We also talked to volunteers who went there to deliver humanitarian aid, and we considered what they said. For example, the girls need to enter Kherson Oblast through the Zaporizhzhia Oblast, not Mykolaievsk, as it was previous. And in the first episode, girls are starting their journey to Kherson to persuade their parents to leave the occupied territories. On their way, Anya receives a shady package from her friends and she hides it from Lisa. And on the same time, on the Russian checkpoint, when they're entering the occupied territories, the sister encounter an FSB agent who understands they are lying about their identities, and he starts to follow them along their road, especially after they break through the checkpoint. And the main changes here is that Anya is hiding her true purposes from Lisa, and we added the main antagonist, the FSB agent, to add some suspense. In the second episode, the girls switch their cars in the occupied village. They are again captured by Russian soldiers and they break away from the captivity. And when they are driving away in a hurry, Anya, by accident, reveals microchips that are hidden in glucometers. In the third episode, Anya reveals her true intentions to deliver microchips to Kherson guerrillas so they can blow up an electronic warfare station on the Russian military base. At the same time, the FSB agent gets to the village, interrogates the locals, and find out where girls are headed. And when the girls get to Kherson, to their parents' house, they find out that parents are captured and the FSB agent is awaiting them. And main changes here is that the conflict between sisters deepens. The conflict is built upon Anya's lies that she hid her purposes from Lisa, and now the parents' capture is not accident, but a planned action by the FSB agent. And in the final episode, the girls orchestrate the sabotage with the help of Kuhar, who is formerly Lisa's friend from the ATO zone. They blow up the welfare station. It helps to create a distraction, and the Kuhar rescues guerrillas with girls' parents. And later, Ukrainian military destroys Russian base. And here's the main change, that the FSB agent keeps following girls, and he tries to stop them from completing their purpose. And in the epilogue, we want to show the changes that the sisters went through. Anya has matured and joined the Ukrainian forces, for example, as a combat medic, and Lisa has regained her confidence, and now Girls United teach a class on combat medicine for Ukrainian soldiers. And during one of the class, the phone rings, and Kuhar tells girls that Ukrainian army has liberated Kherson, and also he asks Lisa on a date. We also considered some concerns that we heard about our visual part, so we made a decision to try to avoid showing explosions directly on the screen, and we decided that we will show the ambience, that the explosions are nearby with the help of light, set design, sound design, and characters' reactions, and showing the events from their point of view. We also prepared a mood board. Here's a mood board for episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, and episode 4. And as you can see, we are going from darker colors to more lighter to show that the light always overcomes the darkness. And it's one of the main points we want to show with our TV series, that there is hope, and that there is a hope for happy ending, and we think it's very important for us right now. That's all for now. I want to thank again PITCHUA for this opportunity, and we are ready to answer your questions. Alex, I think you are muted.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Let's continue in English if it's more convenient. For you, I have a question. I had a feeling that all these traps that your characters are falling into, they always get resolved in some miraculous way for the benefit of your characters. Like, it just happens so that they get captured and then they can easily escape.
Thank you for the question. It might seem like that now because obviously we don't have a lot of time to go in details and explain how they will figure out what to do in every situation. We talked about this on our session. So on the stage of outlines, and when we will be writing a script, we want to detailize it so it won't look like it's a luck or miracle. We need to remember that Lisa, despite her injury and her problems, mental issues, she's still a former veteran. She was in the battlefield. She has some experience, she has some skills, and this will be some help for them to figure out the situations. But we really want to avoid it showing like it's some miracle or luck.
Okay, thank you. Adam, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. So it's really interesting you've added this character of the FSB agent. My first question, which is sort of a simple one, but it's actually kind of complicated, is how are you dealing with the language? What language will this agent be speaking in? And yeah.
Well, obviously he will be speaking Russian because these characters appeared because we heard your concern about the timer. Yes, that we need something that will add some
pressure.
Yeah, we decided that some timer, some like time bomb, it's not our case, but adding someone who will be chasing them might work. And while we were talking with people who really were there, we find out that there were really FSB agents on the checkpoints for some reason. Yes, and we decided this might work. And I think that he will be speaking Russian. I think we can use some subtitles for translating it. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's fine. No, that's a choice, and that's okay. There might be other ways.
Stop sharing the screen.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you.
And then and that's fine. And I think there are discussions about how best to do that. Another point, though, which I think you've included, which is I want to know more about, is the development of this character. It seems that initially he's coming after them and chasing them, which is a great idea. But then he seems to develop a kind of empathy for them or a sympathy for them and is trying to prevent them from doing that. Did I understand that correctly? Or is he just trying to stop them and will do anything he has to do to stop them, including maybe harming them?
Yes, it's the second situation. He doesn't have any empathy. He is chasing them to stop them. The initial idea is that he will find out that Lisa is a former combat medic from the ATO. And yes, that will be one of the triggers, despite that they are breaking through checkpoint and all of that why he is following them. We also thought that we can show that he is there on this checkpoint because he has some intel that guerrillas will do something. So when he sees that there is some shady girls, as I can say, and that then he finds out that one of them is a former Ukrainian military, it's only logical that he will chase them and follow them.
Okay. Those are really good. And then finally, just to clarify then, because towards the end, it's really him uncovering what they're doing, and he's one of the big shifts, particularly in an action thriller, is that in the second part of your structure, he wins. He's beating them, and the audience is in fear that the girls are going to lose or the girls are going to get killed or something like that, right? So it's something more along those lines, right? Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I think that's very, very a really good idea, and is exactly, you don't have to use a ticking clock. I know that's what you're saying. This is another form of pressure, and I think this is a very, very good addition. So I like it.
Thank you. I have a question. So what do you want your viewers to talk about after they watch the series? Like, what conversations do you want people to have after they have seen your series?
Interesting question. Thank you. I will start. Maybe my teammates will add something. We want for them to talk about, as I have said, about hope. Our team really wants to make some product, about the events that are happening that give some hope that not everything is lost, and we hope that our series can be some kind of inspiration, and if at least someone will watch it and feel a little hope, feel a little bit of light, and we'll be glad to share it with them, with his or her friends, family. It would be nice.
But what we also want to talk about, not feel, but discuss with someone else.
Well, about several things. I think about women in the war. Yes, that women are capable of doing a lot of. We thought also about combat medics because combat medics do great things, and along our story we want to show them. For example, Lisa will help people after the shelling that will be hurt. And also we are talking about PTSD and veterans with trauma. So if people would feel like discussing it and discussing how these people feel it and what they experience, and have some empathy, understand them better, understand their condition better, would be nice.
Okay, thank you. My colleague Tatiana Kiselychuk wants to ask you a question.
Добрий день, дякую вам за класну
Hello,
ідею.
thank you for the cool idea. I have the following question. Out of your updated application, I can see that you wrote that you will be working and involving people who have directly been in the occupied area, the experts and the psychologists and so on. That is perfect. That is wonderful. But do you consider the opportunity not to name the city Kherson? Because you will not be able to survey and to poll all of them, and some details as for the occupied city of Kherson will be different for different people. Thank you. I will be speaking Ukrainian then. By the way, this is a very nice point, in fact, because we just know what we did while preparing the changes to the application. We communicated with the people who agreed to communicate with us about their experience of how they left Kherson, about their experience of life under occupation, about the volunteers who were trying or coped to get there with the humanitarian aid, and we listened to the facts to make our script more realistic, how it really took place in the real life. But it seems to me that your offer, your suggestion can be really logical, not to say that this is Kherson city, only just to explain where all of that is taking place. I think we'll discuss that with our team and we'll think on that. Thank you. Thank you. We're out of time. Still, I'd like to ask you, where do you plan to take half of the money for this project? This is the question to my colleagues. Yes, we have already started the work on that, active work. Now we applied to the Ukrainian TV channels and streaming platforms with the request to pitch this project in front of them. So we offered an opportunity to listen to our ideas and become co-funders, in fact, because it seems to me this is the very profitable offer, because one episode won't cost that much if this is co-funding, but they will have the opportunity to get a nice high-quality product. We'll also involve other grant programs. We are in the process, we are working on that, and I do hope that soon we'll have some results. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your answers. You can move to YouTube and watch the stream of other pitchings of your colleagues from other teams. I'd like to invite the next team, that is the team of the project over Sky over Obolon. Please join us here in Zoom.
And
I would like to ask you to use the interpretation function. This is the globe at the bottom of your interface, and there you can choose the Ukrainian language. And please use it if you need it. Is the team here? I cannot see Vera. Oh, I can see Vera. Is joining us right now. Now the director is joining us. So you can start while she's getting connected. You have 5 minutes on presentation. You see Vera. And Vera is here. Vera is here. All right. I'm Alexei Vladishevsky. and I'm a producer of the project. And we would like to discuss the corrections that we made after the doctoring session. Olena Shatseva is author of the idea, and director. And let me remind you of this story. This is one of the ladies is colonel of the armed forces, and they start fighting against bullying of their daughter. School added some inner conflict for our leading characters, and we outlined the principal theme, which is union. And for all the lines and all the conflicts to be resolved, and the toxicity as cancer, as cancer tumor absorbs the body of our lead character. The same way toxicity leads to conflicts in the world and in their family. We start with the bullying, and we would like to demonstrate that when stronger kids subdue weaker ones, so the top dog is always right according to the Russian playbook. This is corruption, homophobia, sexism, devaluation of people, deprivation. This is the Russian aggression, which is now expanding like this tumor, like cancer. And if we look into this deeper, we can see that it's not just school, it's not just some jurisdiction. There are no limits to that. If we do not stop the aggressor, they will continue, because impunity leads to new crimes, and only together we can oppose that. So over to our director now. But she's not really with us. I don't believe she is connected. No, she's not here. She's gone. Somehow disappeared. Well, then let's discuss it with Alexei. On behalf of producers, I would like to say that our motivation is to support the LGBT community in Ukraine, especially adolescents in this situation. And this is there are discussions about this new law, a new bill on civil partnership. By the time when we are ready, it will, by 2026, we expect this to be developed into a law and be adopted as such.
The project is currently in early development stage, and after the script consultation with Adam Siegel, we reduced the number of episodes from 8 to 6, which allows us to reduce the budget as well. The project has already applied to the Berlinale drama series co-production market, and we're also planning to apply to the Serious Money and MIPCOM. We hope this will allow us to find the co-producers, partners, and distributors. We are planning for the Obolon Sky to be fully edited and ready for distribution by February 2026. I don't know if Vera is back to us to add her director's vision and style.
Нема Віри?
I don't see her.
She's not here. Well, let me continue then. What I understand from direction, that will be the triangle Marina, Natalia, and Olga. After the doctoring, we decided to make big emphasis on Olga, the child. And this is about overcoming problems of such a non-conventional family, non-binary family. And another conflict is bullying and Roman and Anatoly as the principal antagonists in this story. Yeah, we can present this conflict as conflict of light and darkness, and this is the toxicity cloud that is translated into the bigger conflict of Ukraine with the opposition and an additional conflict. This is a military officer, female military officer, so we have to overcome sexism as another aspect of toxicity. These conflicts will be reflected in the visual style. The sky, which is not never static and can be warm and cold and change all the time, and in the same way our camera and the picture will move from to static poses, from similarly erratic movements, and that will be the reflection of the real state of the feelings. Be raised back, but your time is up for the presentation. Vera can join the Q&A part. Yes, that's right. So,
Adam, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions, but my first question is, I'd like to know more of the visual style. Could Vera please answer some of those ideas?
Віра, будь ласка, якщо ти можеш.
Vera, please, can you? Are you connected firmly enough? Unmute yourself. Can you? Yes, we can. Well,
as Alexei have already presented, we have the main triangle between Marina, Natalia, and Olga as a kind of family that is not generally accepted in modern Ukraine. And this will be reflected by the visual style, as well as we will see dark and light confrontation also visually as the shape of the sky that is never constantly stable and is all the time changing. So the cinematography will be also changing from very enlightened colors to very dark and cold. So here are the main protagonists and two female figures of our series. And why we have the name of our project Obolon Sky, because it will be also enlightened with a visual image of our series, because the sky will also reflect the general mood of characters and underlying tensions. What is one of the additional conflicts that are very important for our series is a woman as a soldier in army, and here we will be overcoming also sexism as one of the faces of another toxic energies. So also speaking about visual style, I would like to mention that it will be, the camera will be sometimes moving with constant shots reflecting anxiety and action, but sometimes it will be just cold and static, when we will face the moments of insights, the shape of pauses, and the times that just stopped. And all this will reflect realistically the feelings that people are having during their current actual war. Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
You had me?
Yeah. They're very good. Thank you. And then my next question, and maybe Alexei can answer it. You've been very clear, and the work you've done on this, based on our doctoring session, really shows. I have no questions about the content. I think that's very, very strong. What my question is about the conversations that you hope to generate in the Ukrainian community that this show will bring up, and also your strategy on how to generate more conversations and working with organizations, particularly organizations that help at-risk youth.
I think it's for producers. Yeah.
Ви знаєте, в мене є вже
You know, I am one of the few producers in Ukraine who has experience and with this topic and the LGBT community, and we had that experience with the first Wallace series that was called and after the screening, we were invited to several governmental agencies for a conversation, for an interview, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because it was on BBC, and there was some feedback, and there was that big session at one of the UN agencies, their offices in Ukraine, and we presented our series as the first to raise this issue of LGBT. And I'm convinced, actually, and I have the navigation of this world. I know who will first respond to such a thing. I also work as a theatrical director, and also with the theater for the first time. Well, people understand that this is important. We have a production, a theater production, and we seem to be the only team ready to present this issue. So, and it raises a lot of interest, and we'll have the press paying attention, and some promoting agencies that support the law and the draft on civil partnerships. And I think this will be a right thing to do and will be accepted correctly. We know how to combat hate. Some people will actually raise this, and I had experience on the talk show on such topics, and I had a dialogue with my opponent, so I'm prepared actually to defend the material more or less, and I think that we will make attract enough attention, and we'll know how to deal with it. And through PITCHUA you can get a bit less than 50% of the budget. And just how high is the risk of you not being able to produce it till 2026 in the beginning? There is always the risk, but we think that every day it becomes smaller, because number one, we are already working and we are already looking for the additional money. We applied for Berlinale series and serious money, but our great opening will be Regina is my witness after the 18th of October, because our documentary that we produce, Picture to Remember, will be presented at PITCHUA, the biggest documentary film festival in Europe. Will be presented in a big way for the first time for Ukraine. We cannot reveal all the secrets, but that will actually attract attention of many pitching funds and foundation. Regina is in negotiations, and we hope to be able to put together the necessary cash because we have experience, we have something to showcase, and we have the background, the portfolio, and by that time we'll have a preceding project with repercussions. I have a question from Yaropol. Good afternoon. What will the audience lose if they don't see your series, or what will they gain if they do? Well, let me answer this question, because this is the topic that I'm trying to raise as the author. This is a very important project, great support for such LGBT families and partnerships. There are many of them in Ukraine, living in the shadow, and they have to fight for their very existence, for their partnerships, and for their children, and they are not alone. And we are talking about that. That's one thing. Secondly, this is a great support for teenagers, adolescents with this choice, and they will see that it is possible to make a family and not to hide from anyone with this choice. What will be lost? The issue will not be presented, and there won't be understanding of why we need our rights, what they mean, and what is lacking there, what is missing. And as regards such families, the principal topic is not LGBT as such as conflicts in family. This is about inner fears because of homophobia, because of prejudice, and these people are regular people. We had a lot of propaganda for years, and it all comes from Russia. And we have left this behind. Our audience will find a lot of answers to the questions that appear, and they will lose a lot if they don't.
That actually this, as Olena has said, it's not only about LGBT issues, because we start with the bullying theme, and this theme is very, very personally important, I think, for all the population of Ukraine and their children. A lot of children really face this problem in their schools. And Olena has a personal experience just fighting for the rights to protect her child. And this was actually the basement of our story. So we know what we are speaking about. And actually it's like a start of when we start stopping, defending our rights. Then we have homophobia, then we have sexism, then we have something else, and it's just a great, what we call now toxic energy. So it's not about only LGBT. Of course, it's about also this kind of rights. But I am absolutely sure that every viewer will find something for himself or for herself in our series, because somehow it is connected to protection of children, to protection of our country, to protection of ourselves as a human beings, and also in the terms of our human rights.
Дякую вам.
Дякую вам дуже за презентацію. Ми вже перебрали час.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Our time is up. You can follow us on YouTube. We are streaming there, and we are inviting another First Bits team.
Команда, будь ласка, приєднуйтесь до Zoom і одразу обирайте.
Please join Zoom and instantly choose the opportunity to listen to simultaneous interpretation. In the bottom panel, there is the globe icon where you have the opportunity to turn on the simultaneous interpretation if you need it. So could you please tell me the members of the team of the project First Beat? Where are you? Are you with us? Hello, yes, I am here. But I do not see My colleague, oh, here she is. Hello.
Everybody.
Всі є, так?
Так, а можна
Is
Доброго
вас
everybody here?
попросити Наталію Пятигіну
Could I
зробити
ask
мені
Natalia to make her a co-host? No, she doesn't need to become a co-host. She can share the screen without that. So you have 5 minutes for the presentation, 10 minutes for Q&A session. So please try to be really, in fact,
Добре. Можемо
to try to answer in a short way. Can we start? Yes, sure.
And hello, everyone. We are Natalia Sukach and Natalia Petigina. We are producers of 4-episode drama series First Beat, which we're very happy to pitch to you today. So First Beat is a medical case-to-case drama series with a strong B story. For now, we've got 4 episodes developed, but in our opinion, it has the potential of increasing the number of episodes per season, and it can run for several seasons as well. So First Beat is an absolutely heartbreaking but also heart-healing story inspired by true events. It's a story about the heroic work of surgeons of Kyiv Institute of Heart who continue to perform organ transplants and fight for every life under the shell in the first months of full-scale invasion. The center of our story is a surgeon named Vera, and her personal tragedy overlaps with the tragedy of the entire Ukrainian nation. As this story begins with the last heartbeat of Vera's little son, who suddenly died of a brain hemorrhage, and as a mother, Vera wants to die next to her son, but as a doctor, she makes a difficult decision to give Danila's heart to a child in need of a transplant, the 6-year-old girl Bogdanka. Vera is sure that as soon as Danila's heart starts beating in Bogdanka's chest, she will join her son. But however, on February 24, instead of surgery, her morning begins with explosions, and Bogdanka's mother rushes home to get documents and things and goes missing. Vera, herself, stays at the hospital to protect Bogdanka and her new heart in Danila's body. She continues to perform transplants on patients under shelling, fights for every life, and eventually gets back her will to live. And in the end, Bogdanka gets her surgery, and with the first beat of her new heart, Vera finally decides she will also live on. The story of Vera saving this little girl Bogdanka and acceptance of her son's death is an A story for all episodes. However, all episodes have case-to-case structure, where a new patient of Vera is a new B story, and all storylines help us to raise issues, and my colleague will talk more about these issues we want to raise in this series. Natalia?
Hello, everyone. I will continue that all storylines help us to raise issues that are very relevant for Ukrainian society now in order to survive this war and integrate into the democratic world. In this series, we strongly oppose sexism and strongly support the rights of LGBT citizens of Ukraine. We also raise awareness among Ukrainians about organ transplantation, which is the key to saving thousands of lives every day. At the end of each episode, we plan to place websites where viewers can get info on postmortem organ donation, blood, and marrow donation. If our series helps save at least one life, it will already be a huge victory. But foremost, we explore the subject of loss, which absolutely all Ukrainians faced as a result of the war. The loss of home, loved ones, and our normal life. This idea is very much in keeping with the main insight we got during the doctoring session, that we all had to transplant ourselves into the new reality of war to keep our country alive. We are all the heart of Ukraine, and we are beating very hard to keep it alive. And it's another deep dimension of the topic of our series. So we are aiming for a high quality, tasteful drama, and closest reference to which is Grey's Anatomy, which is already a TV classic. The tone of voice we choose for our story is not dark. Even so, we talk about tragedy, personal and common. It's honest, cheerful, sometimes even funny. It's bittersweet, or in other words, it's human. The aftertaste of each episode should be hope. It's a faith in a miracle which our people have proven to be able to perform themselves. A little bit about me and Natalia. We have 30 years of experience in the industry, more than 30 successful projects. We know that we can deliver the powerful idea with your help. And we feel that we are able to create emotional and perfectly crafted series, which can touch the hearts of Ukrainians and people abroad. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're right on time.
We
Adam.
practiced.
Excellent. Adam, do you have any questions?
You guys did a great job at taking the information we discussed from our doctoring session.
Please stop sharing the screen.
Okay.
And putting it into the pitch. So well done. So what I'd like to talk more about is what are the conversations that you hope to generate? And how do you plan, what strategy might you have to get different communities in Ukraine to be talking about the issue of donation, organ donation, as well as some of the other issues that you also raise in your show?
Thank you for your question. I think that we'll start from the top. We'll go to the Ministry of Health and try to get support there to make, this communication global. And then we are going to create a communication strategy. Luckily for us, Natalia's company has a lot of experience in that area. And we will conduct some discussion panels. We will organize like closed premieres of our series, and we will invite people who are influencers in Ukraine, whom we have actually now much more than before the full-scale invasion. We've got, lots of YouTubers, for example, lots of other bloggers who have like very huge audience, and they are all very, aware of the thing, that the thing is important to discuss. And also, I think this is a plus for our show, that this topic, can cause a lot of discussion. And I think that not all of people are ready to accept it, and the discussion can be huge. And this will also, make people look into this show.
That's great. Thank you.
Colleagues, do you have any questions? Ярпол, Тимки має для вас питання. До вас.
Доброго дня, дякую за вашу заяву.
Good day. Thank you for your application. I have the following question. You mentioned in the series, you mentioned Bucha as a city. Could you please tell, how are you going? Well, obviously, we all saw the truthful footage, video footage from Bucha, and we also saw, and the residents know, how the events took place. How are you going to show that in the film, not to induce stress onto the residents of Bucha? How are you going to show Bucha? Can I answer this question as well? Thank you. I just love to speak. So, look, let me drive your attention to that now. We got rid of the Bucha mentions from the second pitch, so I'm not sure whether we'll have the name of the town in this show, but we never planned to show what took place there, just to fully avoid re-traumatization of the people who will watch the show. So when, during the first pitching, when we applied, and it was written that the girl's mother is going to Bucha, we wanted to make a story for the viewer to be a co-author of our TV show. Maybe this is, it's not modest to say, but how Tarantino did in Once in Hollywood. When the viewer hears this title, he understands in his mind what can take place there. So we add some suspense, but we are not planning to show events there. Thank you. One more question then. Could you please tell what's after the TV series? Which feelings should the viewer feel after the end of the show? What maybe does your TV series motivate for? Because you've told a lot how it starts and what it will go on with, but it's interesting what will be in the conclusion. Life and hope, this is our main objective. After our TV series, the viewer should feel the life should prevail, and the hopes that whatever happens, still life will always win. Natalia, maybe you should add anything, but I think that in our TV series, those are two main topics, two main ideas, and the feelings. Yes, I fully agree. And maybe I will add that life prevails when you don't surrender. You shouldn't surrender because our protagonist does not surrender. People around her do not surrender. So the opportunity to unite and to help each other may take you out of the most critical situation. Yes, life is going on. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions left?
Adam, do you have any more questions?
No, I actually think you did a fantastic job just presenting the project in its new form. So really, really happy to see this.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Чи не є у вас побоювання, що...
Do you have any fears that the viewer may think that each case of yours will end in a similar manner? What exactly, in your opinion, should the viewer find in this film beyond these cases of organ transplantation? What else will keep the viewer at the screen? What else would people like to think about? I think that our main cliffhanger, I do apologize if it may sound cynical, this is the life of the little girl, whether we are able to save it. And of course, you should be touched by that. We will not finalize the B story in the episode. The episode will always be over with a story, and the viewer will be intrigued what happens with this little girl and whether we manage to save her. But as of the similarity between the cases, honestly speaking, I'm not intimidated by that, because the fact that the viewer knows this format, it's an advantage. The people will get to it. And the viewers know the formats of medical shows, which are numerous, and they know that to this or that extent, the medical detective will be over in the same manner. This format has its own audience. I'm not scared by that. Natalie, are you scared by that? No. Well, you see, we are not prone to being scared. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? I can see that my colleagues do not have any questions left. I wanted to ask you about the capacity of your team to implement this project. Could you please tell about that more? What do you mean capability or capacity? Do you mean financial capability? Well, creative capability. Yes, as for creative capability, we have it for 1000%. Sorry for self-confidence, but I really think that we can do that. And maybe, you know, those are the times which are very hard. But on the other hand, in particular for our industry, but on the other hand, thanks to that, we can unite besides us We can unite around us lots of people who are the experts of the proper level, and we would never dream about them during other times, but they are during different times. But now they're ready to do what's important for them, what will be of the high level, and what we can be proud of. It seems to me that really we will cope too. I really believe in that. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation, for your answers. You can watch the stream of other pitchings on YouTube. Now I'd like to invite the next team, the Harbor Project. Please join us. Thank you. Please join us in Zoom. Thank you. Goodbye.
Команда проекту Harbor, будь ласка, заходьте.
Harbor team, please join us, and don't forget about the interpretation function, and there you can choose the language if you have difficulties with English. Good afternoon. Are you all here?
Hello, yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is everyone here from your team?
Yes, I'm screenwriter.
Добре, чекайте. А будь ласка, якщо всі готові, увімкнули переклад, кому він потрібен, тоді у
If you're
вас...
ready and you have the language that you need, you have 5 minutes for your presentation and 10 for the Q&A. Shoot.
Тарас, ви на м'юті, ми вас не чуємо.
Taras, you're muted. Speaking. I would like Anastasia to start about the script, and I can just say at this point that since our last pitching, we've revisited the storyline advised by our script doctor. We have changed the story from the point when we have this Taras Bulba and traitor son collaborationist, and we abandoned this story. We have a father instead who sacrifices his life trying to fight against the occupying force. So the new storyline that she has just disappeared at this exact point. Well, let me start then, and let's hope that she will join us as we go. I'm on the move right now, but still I can. Yes, please.
So I will tell our presentation in English. Hope you will understand everything. My name is Anastasia Gruba. I'm a screenwriter of the 4-episode series Harbor. Here you can see the producer and the director of the project. In this project in Harbor, we would like to research and discuss the topic of occupation, because after the full-scale invasion in the first 2 weeks, almost 4 million Ukrainians were under occupation, and a lot of them were in Kherson region. And actually, Kherson region, among the liberated territories, is the region which was under the occupation the longest period of time. And exactly here, in a small village, our main character lives with his family. After a conversation with Adam Siegel, we made a lot of changes, as you can see. We changed the logline, characters, project descriptions, and synopsis. We didn't change the project theme. Why we made these changes? Because we wanted to focus, as already Taras said, we wanted to focus on the phenomenon of a farmer who becomes a warrior, because as we found out that the farmer and a warrior is like two alter egos of Ukrainians through all our history. So now our logline looks like this. It's a story of a farmer who, for whom land and his work is the most important things. But after the provocation of occupants, he become a warrior and is ready to give his life to protect his family and his land. Here you can see Fedor Nesterenko. I want to describe him a little bit more. He is the person who was born in USSR. Through all his life, the changes in his country were really dramatic. And the only stable thing which he had is his job, his earth, and his bread. That's why when occupants come to his village, he doesn't resist them, but he also doesn't cooperate with them. He remains still, doing his job and waiting for liberation. So our story has 4 lines. The first line is the line of generational difference. It's the line about main conflict of the story, a conflict between father and son. As you already know, the story background of the father, but he has son Danilo Nesterenko, who was born in already independent Ukraine. He is more patriotic, more active, and actually he doesn't agree with his father. And he thinks that you have to fight even in occupation. And so that's why Danilo has his own line, the line of resistance. With this line, we want to describe the history of partisan resistance against the occupiers in Kherson region. Danilo became an informator of Ukrainian armed force. The third line is the line of occupation, the line of main conflict between the Fedor Nesterenko and the main antagonist, Russian commander Alexei or Alyoshka. The main antagonist, he is the face of Russian propaganda, the face of Russian goals in Ukraine, and with his actions and with his changes, we would like to show what our enemy actually is ready to do to achieve its goals. And we have the fourth line. The fourth line, we call it liberation, because it is the line of elder son of Fedor Nesterenko, who is actually not with his family. He is fighting on the south front, coming closer and closer to his home village, but still, even being divided by front line, he is trying to find the way to protect his family from occupiers.
You're running out of time.
The last thing in our mission, we would like to counter Russian propaganda, demonstrate what sets Ukraine apart from the Russian world, and inspire Ukrainian population. We want to speak with also people in Ukrainians who are in occupation and show that they are not forgotten and that Ukraine will regain its territory and its people. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to questions and answers. Please stop sharing your screen.
Yes, stop share. Yeah.
Thank you. Adam, do you have any questions?
Well, I think it's very good. I know from our conversation that you were going to make a lot of changes, and you have. I like them. And I would want to know, well, first off, what are the conversations that you hope or expect Ukrainians will have after watching your series?
I think from my point of view, I understand now that this work can be really like for a long time. And I understand that a lot of Ukrainians, who doesn't feel they're forced to fight with enemy, who are still sitting at homes and don't go into fight with Russian occupiers, I think that they maybe will rethink their actions and maybe some kind of force will awaken them, and they will be more active in fighting with our enemy. I think it's the first one. Maybe Taras, you want to add something?
I think you're muted, Taras.
Тарас, ви на м'юті.
Так, я зрозумів, я включився.
Yes, I agree with Nastya and her interpretation. Many people are staying in Ukraine, but they are not brave enough to oppose the enemy. And to me, this is a big study of the Ukrainian character. We have this peasant ready to tolerate almost anything, and the warrior soul. And the principal message of this film, to my mind, is this phrase that if you are ready to suffer dishonor for peace, you will have war and still shame. You have no female characters. Do you see any way adding, or do you intend to add any female characters? Because we have been redrafting and changing the story. The principal lines are main lines, male lines. But now we, of course, have to add to the story some sidelines, and we will have some backdrop of this country and think about some characters. Perhaps our principal character can be with a wife, and they can have a mother, and we can think of some pivotal role for a female character. Yaropol, thank you very much for your story. This is supposed to be social important. So can you tell me what kind of socially important goal you have for this film, and what will be the socially important impact that you expect to produce? Well, first we understand that this story is about people's conduct under occupation, collaborationism, and the price to be paid for it, a very important topic socially, and how we should accept people who experience occupation. We talk about ex-combatants and PTSD and all that, but occupation is an enormous trauma in its own right, and we have to focus on their experience and the essence of this experience to understand and accept, especially the ones who preserve their pro-Ukrainian position in such dangerous and intolerable conditions. Let me specify then, you are talking about collaborationism and collaboration and the price to be paid for it. What would you suggest for the people who collaborated but never had any opportunity, they had no choice basically? Well, this story is about this conflict. Our character, Fedor Nestorenko, they're trying to make him collaborate, using his son as a bait, so to speak, and he's trying to preserve his dignity, because you should appreciate that collaboration can be different, can be voluntary, can be more willing, less willing, forced, and so forth. Sometimes you have to do things for the sake of survival, but it's a different story when you initiate such things. We have to look into this issue. And then the social mechanism of pressure, the psychological pressure mechanism. when they try to engage people in such collaboration. Do you plan to present different cases of that collaboration, just for survival, or no? I think this one crossed the line. This is our choice. We do not want to present any such characters in this story. It's not about positive and negative. This system, this problem is too sensitive at this point. And if somebody has taken the occupier's side, this can provide some kind of excuse. In my opinion, we cannot present any excuses. Not now. Maybe the years will pass. The time will come when we are ready to consider such excuses, but not now. Are there any further questions, dear colleagues?
So I hope I'll be able to read more about the change that you've made to the storyline. But one topic I really am interested in knowing a bit more. You're talking about the two archetypal images of Ukrainian, people, the farmer and the warrior, the Cossack, and this idea of the warrior. Do you see it as more? It's not just the person who has the gun. Right? Like, how do you see this warrior as being more than just the person who's literally just fighting the war? Particularly because this farmer, he's older, he may not necessarily take up arms, but, how do you see that?
Можете, Тарас, я відповім перше?
Так, будь ласка.
Дякую. Окей. Да, для
Let
нас...
me answer first. Yes, indeed, from the very first point when we meet the main character, we should understand that he's not weak, but there is some inner strength in him. He contains that somehow. But when the occupiers try to provoke him, that actually releases the warrior in him, and some resistance, some conflict with that, and we'll see that. And the final stage when he takes to arms, and that will be the climax. First, I think this is a confrontation of characters. It's not physical. It's rather psychological. Fedor Nestorenko, who would not be submissive, and he's too old to fight. Well, I would disagree. There are many people of this age actually fighting, and sometimes even better than the younger soldiers. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the answers. We have to break till 1800. Another setup project. The team will be the first. So the team, get ready, and do all the necessary setup. Thank you very much. We are very grateful for the doctrine for this session. Thank you very much. See you. 5 minutes, a 5-minute comfort break, and then
Hello, everyone. We are going on with our last session of pitchings. We are joined by our Hollywood consultant, Josh Weinstock, and now 6 teams which he consulted. The first team is the project. The team, in fact, you have 15 minutes, 5 for the presentation, 10 for the Q&A session. Whoever needs interpretation, please turn on the option of simultaneous interpretation at the bottom panel. There is the globe icon. Click it to find the Ukrainian channel if you need it. So, in fact, you can begin.
Hello, everyone. We are the team of the team project. I think that we did a lot from our last meeting, and we improved our story. And I think that it's really important to talk about the people who are in the who live in the war zone. And this the latest news from the Israel also shows that it's very important to talk, especially about teenagers. So now our team presented our project and our changes, and I give the word. I give the word to our scripter, Natalia Волинська.
Привіт. Отож, зразу до справи.
Hello. So instantly to the essence of the affair. Let me remind, our story is about the football team coach since the beginning of the war, who is living in Kherson city, and he does not leave Kherson. He is staying there to support the team of the boys he is coaching. And in fact, how did we improve the story after our previous doctoring session? For the beginning, what did we get rid of? We decided to cut the B-line plot line, which told us about the death of the parents of one of our characters, of the boy. We also got rid of the relations with one of the girls, and we also cut out the story of him losing the leg. It will not take place. Something even more tragic will take place. And also, we decided to get rid the story of the betrayal of Dasha. She will not betray Ukraine. And Kirill, who will be just the character of conversations. He is not a separate character. He will not be played by any actor. What did we add? The plotline of our protagonist Vitaly will be strengthened. He will be more involved into the story of the team and of the city. We'll also have more involved members of the family of our characters, and also we added more daily situations, more war setting to understand, in fact, how horrid the circumstances are, and still the coach and the children are rather courageous. And we don't have the happy end in our story. In the end, the boy who used to lose the leg, unfortunately, he is dying now. Yeah, those are the main changes which we introduced. Thank you. And also we discussed that we need to show the references which we are focused on. We have 2 references here which are reflecting us, our project, both in mood and in events. Those are the projects which we are focused upon as the atmosphere of the film which we'd like to create in our project. So that was in a nutshell about us, and we reminded what our story is about. So in fact, I think that now we can move to the Q&A session, because in fact the plot of our story has already been told about last time. So if there is a need, we can remind you about it again. Okay, thank you. So then, could you stop sharing the screen? Yes. So I have instantly the question you said about Kherson city. And of course, you know what was the response after the film Yurik was out about Mariupol events. The response was not great. So the facts which are connected to Kherson in your story, the events which are connected to Kherson city, are they really correspondent to the facts? Are they compliant with what really took place in Kherson? How do you plan to cope with that? In fact, we are involving a huge number of experts who, in fact, studied the situation about Kherson city. We also were researching this situation ourselves, and we understand that the story which happened with Yurik, the film, the historic, considering this situation, we understand that historical truthfulness is a compulsory point to be taken into consideration, and each fact which we'll use and which will show undoubtedly will be fact-checked at lots of levels, and in fact it's a very important point for us. We thought not to use in fact the exact geographic name and not to use the name of Kherson city, but finally, thanks to the involvement of the experts, I think that the creation of the story of some invented city or city of N in this context wouldn't be that interesting for us as the producers of the content. We wanted to create the story about real Kherson city. Thank you.
Josh, do you have any questions?
Tanya, do you want to, your hand's raised, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, I have a small question, but go ahead. I could do it like 15.
Well, I have two kind of bigger questions that sort of tie into the original session. So the first being was, you know, we kind of had a long discussion. And by the way, thank you for the presentation and sort of really laying that out in terms of like what you guys changed and simplifying stuff. That was very helpful. So two quick points. One of the big discussion points we had talked about when we had talked about references and tone and sort of how do you guys envision the story, you know, there was sort of a lot of discussion points about what this possibly could be. And, you know, ultimately, you know, I got the sense that you sort of ended up sort of saying this was sort of an inspirational sports drama. So I'm curious, given that you referenced Band of Brothers and Children of Men obviously being very, very dramatic and dark. Just curious, how did you end up sort of landing on those two sort of reference points? And I guess, how did you ultimately decide that that needs to be the tone for this project?
Hello, everyone. Let me answer because I was selecting those films. Let me explain. The inspiring story. Yes, it is inspiring because life is going on and Ukraine liberated Kherson, thanks God. But as for the tone or intonation or the mood, I was under occupation. I understand this feeling of the horror which is approaching. So I wanted to show how the people who used to be under occupation or who are still under occupation, when they see something irreversible, you try to perceive it, to adapt to it, you try to counter it, how people did in Kherson city. So it's more about that mood of what is taking place, which is out of your control, and it is really big and bad. And Band of Brothers is the military story, which shows the real friendship which is born in the war, this real brotherhood feeling, and the horror of the war as well.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so, because again, just trying to wrap my head exactly around what sort of the tone of the show is. So Children of Men, it's more about just sort of the atmosphere and environment of sort of the situation, not necessarily from a story standpoint, what the story. I guess what I'm saying is, so is this still in your mind an inspirational sports drama, or is it, because one thing to keep in mind is you have your main heroes are an older guy and then a bunch of younger characters, and I know one of the things that was important was trying to reach a wide audience. So I just want to make sure like that's sort of still the intention, in terms of like tone.
Абсолютно, да.
Definitely, yes, absolutely. It's about the victory, about the people who are countering that, because we all saw how Kherson was countering them and resisted. And through our young characters as well, we are showing that Ukrainians used to fight and are fighting. We are still fighting until we liberate and deoccupy all of our areas. This is about the victory of the good versus evil. So all of our events are finalized with our troops coming to this area.
Okay, got it. Okay, Tanya, I'll let you ask, and if there's time permitting, I'll go at the end.
Thank you. Скажіть, будь ласка, у вас просто
Could you please tell, you had a super task. You're doing that about the teens, but how will you try to involve them for the viewing? Because your budget is okay, but it's not over the top. We cannot hook the teenagers just with advertisement. This is the very complicated task. So how can you involve the target audience of teens? How will you involve the younger people to view your TV show? Thank you. Let me answer. We are planning the air of our project at the TV channel 2+2. The main audience which this TV channel is working with is the audience of active age, 18 to 54 years old, which we are focused upon. And of course, the TV channel 2+2 is covering wider audience. But unfortunately, because of the war, we cannot define how many people are watching this channel. But still, all of our attempts to involve this audience will be connected with the very powerful promo campaign, which we'll create together with the TV channel 2+2. We'll cover the social media, because the audience of this project directly is in the social media. We'll be working with the promotion of the project in Facebook, in Instagram, and we'll use all those tricks which 2+2 channel is working with, producing similar content. So that is how we see that. As for any other separate, powerful offline promo events, we did not plan any of that, because as we had certain restrictions on budget, we wanted to focus upon the production of the high-quality product. Yes, this was my second question, whether you'll have any additional events connected with football or soccer events, sports events. Yes, we'll have offline events. We've planned that will be able to create screenings of this project at several damaged pitches, football pitches, damaged by war. So we wanted to assemble the full, the feature full-length, just feature film out of the TV series to show it at the football pitch. We wanted to make several screenings and to involve young teams or more youth to watch this film. Thank you. Yaropolk has a question as well. Good day. Thank you for your application. I would like to ask, as for the context of the film, which will show the events which will take place mostly under occupation. So it's interesting to understand how you will show the people who used to live and coexist with the occupants. For instance, the school teachers. As we know, lots of occupants were using the teachers as the elements of propaganda, or the people who were forced to cooperate with the occupants. Well, In this context, we understand that as of now, we all have people who used to be under occupation. My cousin was living in Kherson city, and her aunt is the teacher who had to agree with them. So those real stories, we are acquainted with that. No, I'm not interested about real stories. I know about the stories. I'm interested what you'd like to show and how you will do that in the film. In this context, we did not focus on these stories because we have a very specific and clear horizon, our horizontal story of the coach, and in fact his charges. So in our story, they don't have lessons in schools or any stories about those who were waiting for Russians or who are forcefully cooperating. We have a monolithic story. We did not try to cover all the topics which are possible about occupation, because this story is about our heroes and about their indomitability. I would like to add that I, for instance, I was asking to get rid of the character of the head of the city, because our people don't need explanations what evil is and how it looks like. Because this is the story about existence during the occupation, countering, opposing it, and survival of our people. Because just to show characters, the Russians, who will be either good or bad, depending on the story. Well, I didn't mean Russian. I meant citizens of Ukraine. Okay, even citizens of Ukraine, those who are traitors. As you said, we all know the stories about the salespersons who were using both hryvnia and Russian rubles, right? But as for the characters of the traitors, either from Russia or from Ukraine, I asked to cut them out of the script. Yes, but I was speaking. Well, maybe then I'm interested how you will show the occupation without showing the relations with the occupants. Yaropolk, we will have such characters. We will show them, of course, definitely. This is our position. Maybe it's not that obvious, or maybe it can be criticized, but still, if our story will have the people who are cooperating with the occupants, definitely they will be shown as the people who are doing something bad, who are doing wrong, and they are enemies. We will not try to explain the circumstances or to search for any historical justice or anything like that. For us, it's definite. Whoever is cooperating with the occupant is the traitor of Ukraine. And this is the context which we'll have about these characters if they play a significant role in the story. So far, we don't have them. We don't have at least the main characters, the protagonists, who would be traitors or who would change sides. Got it. Thank you.
Josh, we're out of time, but if you still wanted to ask something, please do.
Oh, Tatiana kind of actually asked the question.
Що ж, дякую вам дуже.
Okay, thank you so much. Your time is up. Thank you for your presentation, for your answers. You can watch the rest pitches of your colleagues on YouTube, and I'd like to invite the next team. This is the team of the project Sappers. Please join us in Zoom.
Команда проекту Сапери. Тільки не починайте шерити екран. Одразу, будь ласка, зупиніть.
Don't share the screen immediately. So, if we are all here, set up the interpretation option for those who do not feel fluent in English. Well, now all the members of the team, are you all here? Right. So we have 5 minutes for a presentation and then 10 minutes for the Q&A part.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here. Super glad. I'm Katerina Laskari from Space Production, and I'm super happy to represent a series called Sappers. So it is 4 episodes per 1 hour modern drama. Actually, the slogan is "When one mistake costs lives," which literally means for us that we want to glorify the occupation of Sappers, which is actually not that very popular on screen, let's say, and there is no series in Ukraine or even countries nearby that glorify this occupation. So our series is about an elite team of separate Sapper assault detachment of the Ukrainian Special Operation Forces. And our main characters, they work specially to rescue civilians, to defuse explosives and do just impossible things in extreme situation. There will be 4 episodes. Actually 4 episodes of drama, action, sense of danger, and like super high level suspense. And the main changes I wanted to comment that we've made after great session with Josh. Actually, we decided to make deeper our main horizontal line of our protagonist Karpo. So actually the relationship and the conflict between fathers and children now is much more deeper, because Karpo's son Yurko, he started his career as an ordinary soldier before as well, but now he is captured, so he is tortured and soon to be excused. And eventually Yurko realizes that he's being held for something very special. So Yurko starts playing his own game to bring his real life closer, and Karpo is playing his own game to rescue his son. And it is very important for us as for creators of the series that this line is really very psychological and deep, because Karpo will never forgive himself if he wouldn't say the last most important words to his son, like, "Please forgive me for being such an asshole and awful daddy when I was your daddy and you were just a kid." There are 5 more characters in Karpo's team who would help him in everyday routine, which actually is a heroic deed. And actually we decided to recombine the gender of our characters. So now we have more female characters, and it is very important for us that women in the series won't be just like for love lines, let's say, but also play a very important game in the professional line. Also talking about the changes, so now we have 50-50 horizontal and vertical combination, let's say, and proportion, and it is very important for us in vertical cases that we want to be and play a very educational role, because as we know, unfortunately, Ukraine now is one of the most mined countries in the world. So it means for Ukrainians, it means for us that we have to play a new policy of safeness in our everyday life. And that is why our series is going to be like an educational book, let's say, which will help our viewers in a very simple manner from one side, but in a very visual way, to understand how to behave yourself, how to help behave your kids in everyday life, like what kind of mines exist, how to protect yourself, who you can call in your everyday life to protect yourself and your family. So educational function is super popular for us, as much as the realism of the plot. So that is why we are very much connected now to the emergency service for Ukraine, because actually there are 2 types of Sappers, as we know now. Partially it is emergency service of Ukraine, and partially it's armed force. And we are going to work with both organizations because we want to be very realistic and like based on true events and tell the real story. That's it, I guess. So I'm ready to answer the question, and I will be happy to produce a series because I think it's something really urgent and something really needed for our society.
Thank you very much. If you could please stop sharing the screen. Thank you.
Yep.
You're right on time. Josh, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you first off, and appreciate you kind of laying out the changes, and I was glad to hear that you kind of switched up the characters and made it more diverse and things like that. 2 things. I know we had talked about experts, which at the time I don't think anybody was lined up, and I know you had mentioned you had a couple people in mind. I was just curious if there's been any further discussions on that front.
Yeah, absolutely, George. So we are working on actually a new draft was created already with the help of Emergency Service of Ukraine. So what we are now, even at this early stage, are collaborating with the PR of, it is called in Ukrainian DCNS, in English, let's say it's ECU, something like this. And also we have one in our script writers team now, we have a real sapper. So he's an active sapper.
Okay, good. Okay, great. And then as far as I like that you laid out the structure clearly, like the 50-50 is great. I think it's good sort of playing with that horizontal storyline between the father and son. That should resonate well. As far as because I know you had mentioned educational, right? And I know part of the discussion was sort of educating your audience on, not just the amount of landmines, obviously, in Ukraine, but also sort of like how these bombs and mines are diffused. As far as like sort of social issues go, how have you given additional thought in terms of like how you're going to incorporate these issues into the story so it doesn't just feel like a story about melodrama and action and things like that?
I guess we will use few tools. First of all, we really want to be deeply social. Yeah, important. Like our value for different social archetypes, let's say, and phenomena is very important for our team. So first of all, we want to take care of mental health of sappers and their families, yeah, and that is a touch actually which will let us be not that melodramatic. Of course, we will cry and smile and love and hate, but anyway, this psychological thing, yeah, like how to behave if your husband or even if your wife is a sapper, how to behave yourself if like everyday's life is connected to the death, yeah. So this mental issue is very important for us, and of course all the topics connected to traumatized Ukrainians from the occupied territories who live now at already free territories, but at the same time like war is so close to them, like closer to other territories, for example, if you can compare with western part of our country and so on. And also we were thinking more about our characters. Maybe we will make some more changes because maybe we need one more character who will be a representative of LGBT society, and we will definitely have a horizontal line when one of the sappers will be injured, and still he will keep his responsibility. So it will be a light thing with the injuries, with the woundness, and it will let him keep his service and keep his work.
Okay.
You mentioned in your documents that you're planning to use CGI for the explosions, but will you be able to use CGI for all of the explosions? Or are you still planning to use pyrotechnics?
Definitely, I think it will be the only option is to show the explosions with maybe some even AI experiments, because we are working a lot now with for combining like real shots and some shots which were drawn and some shots which were created by AI. I think now it's unsafe, and I think it's better even for mental health of our country not to shoot a real explosion. So yeah, we would prefer to draw.
What do you expect your viewers to talk about after they have seen the series? Like what conversations will the series provoke, or do you want it to provoke? What do you want people to talk among themselves? Like say, wow, I've just seen this and it resonates with me. I want to discuss it with you.
Let's say from emotional, I understood your question. Thanks a lot. From emotional point of view, I think our viewers should glorify our characters and talk about them like about a dream team. Let's say like a new Marvel inside our armed forces. Yeah, because now we have glorified our soldiers, we have glorified our generals and government, but some, let's say, small occupations inside are not glorified enough. So that is my ambition as a producer, number one. And number two, I think viewers have to be absolutely excited by the visuals they will see. So something really picturesque and fruitful, some pictures they have never seen before.
But what issues will they talk about?
Safety. I think our topic is connected to the only topic is safety of the whole nation.
My colleague Tatiana Kiselchuk wants to ask you a question.
Катя, дякую за зміни, які ви зробили з проектом.
Thank you for the changes you made. Now, I am asking about safety. Can you give an example from your script? I know it's not ready yet, but how that will look on screen? The situation when the viewer can learn from the situation how to behave with a mine danger. Yes, one short scene I would like to describe. Maybe this sounds dangerous, but one of the vertical cases should be related to children. They all survive. Is important after the conversation when they understand that the level of violence is very high as it is, and we'll see that a child's life depends on this mine, but the sapper instruct the child, and I'm not that deep into the material, but I have a scene when a sapper saves the child by instructing them how to behave. Thank you very much for your application. I would like to speak in the same vein as Josh. How do you see advertising or promoting this series offline? Well, if everything is as we expect and hope, with STB TV network, we have been in cooperation for some years now. So offline support should be digital. The spin off my series, digital. Visually speaking, with your permission, just bring my screen back. Or have you thought of some joint events with the emergency service in some public spaces where we can find children? So I wanted this is video from Okeanelzy, the rock band, the Ukrainian rock band. I use their images here, but this is death against the background of green grass, and I think that I hope that with the service will have the joint goals or coinciding goals in this campaign. About the money, 100,000 you can find somewhere, and how successful are you? We are negotiating with Starlight Media. That's what we hope for. Thank you and understand.
Any more questions?
Sorry, did you say something? I have a little bit of a delay on this end, so if you said something, I didn't hear.
Do you have any questions?
No, I think I think the big idea is clear, and it seems like in terms of what you guys are trying to achieve is fairly clear. What is the demographic again that you're sort of, or the target audience that you're shooting for?
I was expecting 25-52.
Okay, that makes sense.
Добре, дуже вам дякую за ваш
Great. Thank you very much for your pitch, for your presentation, for the answers. And you can stay on our YouTube channel for the subsequent pitching. Our next team. Hold on, bro.
І кому треба, одразу вмикайте собі функцію перекладу внизу в YouTube, в вашому інтерфейсі, позначка глобуса, натискаєте, і там можете обрати українську мову.
And the necessary information about the interpretation functions. Okay, please, team of Hold On Bro. Good day. Hello. Are you all here? Let me see. Let me look through. Hello. Good evening already. Yes, everybody is here. As far as I understand, you turned on the interpretation if you need it. You have 5 minutes for the pitch and then 10 minutes for the Q&A session, so please begin. So we can share the screen, right? Yes, you can. Okay.
So today we want to introduce you our 4-episode What Drama Hold On Bro. This is a kind of medical drama. This is the story about 3 friends, three young interns from Kyiv who decide to go to the front line with the beginning of the war to become a medical combat medics. But 3 friends are rejected due to their lack of war experience. So young people go to the eastern Ukraine by themselves, where they join the improvised hospital located in the rural clinic, which is facing a shortage of medical personnel to become real tactical doctors and to change their lives. As for references for our story, we have chosen 2 Hollywood movies, the Hacksaw Ridge and Pearl Harbor. The first one is our reference in the terms of humanitarian mission and evaluation of the humans' lives. And the second one is our reference in terms of human transformations and relationships of young people during the war and the decisions they make and they face. The importance of our topic lies in the fact that 92% of wounded soldiers on the front line have all chances to recover and come to the normal life after treatment if they receive the medical aid during the golden hour. This is the first hour after being wounded. And nowadays, the Ukrainian army faces the awful shortage of medical doctors with a huge amount of losses between medical personnel. The official statistics says only about more than 100 civilian doctors who have lost their lives during the first year of the war of Russia against Ukraine, but the number of losses between tactical medics is much more, and still we do not have the whole statistics, but this counts in hundreds of professionals. And actually, with this movie, we want to emphasize the nowadays Ukrainian superheroes who stand on the one line with our militaries and our soldiers in this fight, and who are making this huge impact and sacrifice their lives for the sake of our freedom and for the sake of lives of our military. Also, our team has a personal bond with this topic, as one of our member, our executive producer Hanna Vashchenko, has become the tactical medic from the start of the war. And now she is on the front lines together with our army. So this topic is very close for us. Our setting is the small village in eastern Ukraine, a rural clinic, which becomes the basis for our characters, and actually the battlefields around this area. So that we talk not only about the life of the rural clinic and this medical sport, but also about life in the villages, which is situated in the, so to say, gray territory, gray line, and villages and the life of civilians close to the front lines. The main changes that we made to our plot and our story after the doctoring session are the fact that we deepened the plot. So our story now is about transformation of person in the condition of the war. Also, we deepened our characters. All of them now have their strengths and weaknesses, and they undergo huge changes during the story, and they made to make difficult choices, which make them more mature to the end of the story. That's actually characters arcs, and our main characters start from being very naive, romantic young people who have very romanticized imagination about image of the war, and at the end they become very mature adult life fighters. Also, we have reduced a number of melodramatic moments, and on the other side, we have added the number of social issues, which are not only important just in general social life, but they are very important in modern Ukraine, and these are the topics that go under very hard and difficult discussions in the society. So we show them, and each of this line in our story has some ways of resolutions. So we show the ways out of this hard events. And also we emphasized the topics of inclusion and gender equality in our story now. So these are the main changes that we made to our story.
You're out of time. If you could just briefly summarize.
Okay, so our story is aimed on inspiring Ukrainians to fight further, to value life and never give up, and to stay united and tolerant to each other, not to afraid difficult situations, and to have the ability to see resolutions in all issues, and to remain united and stable in beliefs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you could please stop sharing the screen. Let's now move on to questions. Josh, do you have any questions?
Thanks, Alex. Tanya, I thought you guys put together a really good presentation, and sounded like you really took a lot of the stuff we talked about and kind of incorporated it in. So can you talk about, in terms of inclusivity and sort of the gender issues, can you sort of elaborate more on how you're planning on exploring those?
Yes, I guess our script writers would like to input their thoughts on this topic, so I'm asking them to talk, and I'll add after that. Okay.
Okay, if you allow me, Mark. If you don't mind, I will start and you will add. So one of our characters is a girl who is going to the front line in spite of the wish of her parents. This is one of the subtopics, and how we show how hard and complicated in modern Ukraine for the woman to be at the front line, which challenges she faces, because unfortunately the war is not still considering the presence of the woman in Ukraine. Also, we have auxiliary characters, among which we have a pregnant woman who is in the gray zone. She's a volunteer, and she faces even more challenges because she's expecting a child. But because of the complicated relations with the father of the child, she cannot leave this gray area. She decides to stay there. Besides that, if we speak about inclusivity, we also add the people who have disabilities and are staying in this gray area because they don't have any other place to go to. So those points are real and complicated because people in Ukraine, people with disabilities in Ukraine are really not protected. But under those circumstances, when they don't know what is awaiting ahead of them, they are staying in the really dangerous conditions, selecting them as conditions which they consider to be more reliable, understandable, and comprehensible than the unknown, what's awaiting for them beyond their homes. We wanted to emphasize and reveal this topic because it's important. There are still lots of people who don't understand why other people decide to live still in the frontline areas and villages and don't live at all. Also, we have one character who he's a doctor and he has homophobia, so he overcomes his own fear. This is just a detail. So I would like to add that, in fact, no one was ready for this war, in fact. The whole society, all of the people, whoever is at war, they were not ready for that. And this film is about, as Tanya said, that we need to fight that over, and we need to lead this war to the victory, to an end. And we need to work all together on that. I would also like to add a couple of words about gender equality. For Josh to be understandable, 25% of the Ukrainian army consists of women. But as Tamara said, our army is not adapted for the women at all, beginning with the lack of the proper uniform and ending with the lack of elementary toilets or hygienic means for the sets for the women. So this topic, women at war, is very debatable. There are lots of discussions about that because it seems that people really respect the women who made this choice and voluntarily went to the war. They are so numerous, especially among the medics, because the medical staffs are mostly the assistants of doctors and nurses who go to the battlefields. Those are mostly women. This is a much higher percentage than just 25%. And nothing is adjusted for the presence of the woman, to the fact that the woman is physiologically different. Everything is done for the men. So the women don't only go to the war, they need to overcome lots of daily problems. And very often, the attitude toward them is not as to the colleague, but to some girl to have some entertainment here. So it's really an issue. Thank you. Yaropolk, you have a question as well? Good day. Thank you for your application. I have a remark as a follow-up to Josh's words. It is the following. Your three protagonists are men. No, they're not men. We have two men and a girl. Okay, got it. Maybe I misread it. Okay, thank you. The second point. I'm surprised, or maybe it is like that, how the person could... Sorry, I turned off my camera. How the person could graduate from the medical university with hemophilia? How can a person be afraid of blood? Did you consult with the medics? I have medics among the friends, and they were in doubts about that. Oh, it's a real prototype. We have the prototype for the person, and it's an issue for this person. it really exists. The medic who is afraid of blood, who has hemophobia. And okay, what will the viewer gain if he or she sees your series, or what he or she loses if he doesn't see it? As for hemophobia, this is the real story. It is based on the real story of the doctor who had to really overcome his phobia of blood. And I know this person, and this person wanted to become an administrator in the hospital just because of the circumstances. Okay, I believe you. Please, what about the next question? Sure. So, as for the topics, we'd like to show the faith into people, into your internal strength, because our characters, protagonists, find out themselves in the complicated situations, in the complicated choices between life and death, and still they choose life. They choose help others to survive in complicated situations. First of all, we are focused on the internal strength of the people, that under certain circumstances the person overcomes his or her fears, finds his or her internal force, and has inspiration to fight on. First of all, this is the inspiration, the faith in people who are in super complicated circumstances but still are united and go on, and confidence in victory. I would like to add a bit to what was mentioned. Besides the moral component, we also have a very specific applied function, because there are lots of issues which exist at war and which are not that visible, but they are not evident, but still they exist. And lots of those issues are described in our project. Those are the problems of women at war and others. So people need to be told about such issues, because if we don't speak about them, people won't know about them, so there won't be the necessary attitude and feedback among the people, which could be if people knew about the problems. We need to unite the people, and one of the methods to unite is to tell about the issue, to unite a person around the problem for this problem to be solved. So this is the practical function. And as we are raising lots of questions which are very debatable, and many media are afraid to speak about them, to raise them, like the issue of the language, or pricing or budgeting in the gray zone, where the prices could be too high. Lots of daily issues which in fact make people separate, and very often we are afraid to discuss them publicly. So we'd like to discuss them publicly and to show the ways of solutions, that it's not compulsory to fight and it's possible to solve it peacefully. And also we are busting some of the stereotypes about the rich people, about Roma people. This is also the function which will allow the people to understand that nothing is that cliched in the world, including the Ukrainian army. Thank you. Tatiana Kiselchuk has the question to you. Good evening. Thank you for the presentation. I will be honest, for the whole evening we are listening to the ideas of fiction series or films, and of course all of them are about the topic of Ukrainian force, the strength. They are all about the war, the resilience of Ukrainians, and to this or that extent they raise socially important topics of women at war and medical topics and others. So my first question is, what's your competitive advantage? What do you have in your TV series that we should select your show in comparison with others series with strong outlines and socially important topics? And secondly, you said that it's really a huge issue, women at war. Some daily problems of whether women. Did you think about any offline events which could help after your TV series to cope with these or those problems at war? Thank you. Let me start with the first question, why you should select us. Well, besides the fact that we have an experienced team with lots of expertise, we are really close personally to this topic, so definitely our script and our series will be truthful. It will be multi-layered and deep and multifaceted. We are not afraid of some non-standard solutions. That is why our story will definitely be interesting, and our film director Serhiy is, for instance, working as a military journalist, and he is originally from Mariupol. Tamara is from the occupied Bucha. Mark is from Kharkiv. So all the members of the team have personally lived through the part of this experience, and we will definitely be interesting and truthful. As for offline events, honestly speaking, so far we haven't thought about something specific. We did not think about the woman at war. We were thinking about the tactical medicine classes, because again, we have the person who does that in the team. That is why we're thinking about some of the trainings on this topic. And also we as a team have cooperated with different projects under the patronage of Olena Zelenska and her team of barrierlessness, the CSO, which deals with barrierlessness topics and inclusivity as well. So maybe we would be able to cooperate with them and to create certain events, media events, which could highlight this topic as well. Okay, thank you. You're out of time. It's a bit too much, and rather significantly. So thank you so much for the presentation, for the answers on your questions. Please come to our YouTube channel and watch other presentations of your colleagues. I'd like to give the floor now to the next team, which is the team of the project Exit. Thank you. Please, Exit, join us.
Український переклад, кому він потрібний.
And use the Ukrainian interpretation if you need it. Yeah, the instructions are given to how one should use that function. Please enter the call. Are you all here? Almost. Who is missing? Dmitro. He's here. I'm here. Okay. You have 5 minutes for a presentation and 10 for the Q&A. Let's start. Good evening. My name is Alla Lipovetsky. I'm producer of this project, and we would like to discuss Exit, our project. We decided that Dmitro would present it. I'm just here to introduce Yuri Mikulenko and Dmitro Revenko and the writers, and with the doctoring session, we decided to redesign our story. And I think that the genre is very interesting for this film. It's exciting about the exciting way to discuss serious matters. So over to Dmitro, and we'll discuss. Good evening. So about our story, it's called Exit, and that's the message. Despite this difficult situation Ukraine finds itself in the nation, this is not the dead end, this is not the end of line, and we have to continue. There is some way out. And after Josh's doctoring session, thank you very much, Josh, we decided to change something, and also we consulted veterans and psychologists. War is important for everyone, that disturbed and upset our security, and that can be dangerous for the future of adults and children alike. Every person with the impact has one's own reaction, one's own experience, and this is a normal response to an abnormal situation. People lost their homes, their loved ones. Some people damaged their mental and physical health. This is the post-traumatic syndrome, and we'll have to deal with it for many years to come. Many people will need rehabilitation, psychological counseling. We do not want to stay away from it and instead make our own contribution with the means that we have without any rough treatment. We would like to see that some people would like to escape, and people are not ready to come back and relieve that trauma. But the trauma has to be dealt with. So we speak in a light tone about serious matters. And this is a bridge to the audience. This is a thriller, a heist movie, and this is a bridge to the drama and the role of women in modern society also interests us. Women are fighting for the freedom along with the men, but unfortunately, men mostly serve on the force, and this population is downsizing, and many social functions have to be accepted by women. So this is a role model for the nearest future of Ukrainian women. Our female character is a person with disability, but she is a warrior nevertheless, and she is ready to fight, has the will, and she wants her life back and wants to help the society and prove that people like her can be useful. So according to the script writing techniques, we have twists of the story line. It starts as a drama with a leading character who is a wheelchair person, and she is lonely. She lives in her own cottage on the bank of the Dnieper River. The first twist is melodramatic. She has a tenant who is a single man with a son, and she falls in love with the man and establish some contact with the a boy who has some speech impairment, and there are our next tweet is this discovery. Somebody is making an underground passage under the house, and that person living as her tenant is instead being watch from behalf of the gang, and we discover that Maria is a veteran of SOF, and she fought in 2014 together with her husband, and they were announced priority targets, and when they were having a vacation, they were attacked by the Russian subversive group, and her husband died. She was injured, and now using her techniques and his skills as a former soft operator, she is confronting the gang. Amina Koeva is the prototype of this character, and she protected herself and her wounded husband, and she even wounded the attacker lethally. and she cares about the boy, and if they arrested that boy might end up in a orphanage, and the leader of the gang is a cousin to Sergei, and they have plans to kill Sergei, her of interest. Well, and we changed the line thanks to George. Now he's PTSD patient, and he lost his home, lost his wife during the occupation. He was a driver. He had a car accident, driving somebody else's car, and he has to repay the damage for the broken car. And that's why he is involved, but he is used as a pawn. He doesn't know what the real plan is. Another twist is transformation into action and heist movie. Oh, sorry, but we have no time for that twist. Now the Q&A. So, but there is a happy end. Well, tell us, please, what kind of conversations would you like to provoke in your audience with this kind of story? And what would they like to see differently, or be how now they will differently see in a different way, and like see people who suffered from this war. This heist movie can provoke some conversation about the status of disabled people with disability in this society, and the status of women. There is this mystery, there is this thriller, but we also use this opportunity to discuss unity, the sense of togetherness and social cohesion, and uniting around the people who suffered from this war. I have a question. Did you participate in our workshop on gender equity and social? So we watched the recording, but we did not attend. Are there any questions? With your permission, I would like to put one, please. Tell us, please, it's a short and question, and then some more elaborate ones. The first brief question: what makes invalid different from a person with a disability? What do you mean? How do you mean? Limited capacity, because you say invalids or disabled people, whatever they use. But this is not the correct language. You want to discuss people with disabilities or with limited abilities, but you have to consult the. No, we have consulted. We have can you tell us which advisors, whose advice you used? Yes, we had consultation. We have a special consultant for the script development, psychologist working for the Invincibility Hospital in Lviv. This is a unique facility, and we produced a documentary on their work, and it is about PTSD. And this is, yes, I understand, but perhaps you should talk with them about the language that you should use for the purposes of this project. Another issue is a bit more difficult. Well, we haven't got much time, and I have to leave some room for the colleagues to put their questions. There's people who will watch, view your film. What will their impression of call to action for them, or what can be lost if somebody does not see it? Well, first of all, I think that they will see people with disabilities differently. And unfortunately, we are surrounded by many such people, and it's a direct result of this invasion, the war. And I hope that they will enjoy our film. And secondly, I hope that they will change their attitude and have more compassion for such people. Compassion, but with the perfect understanding that they are equal members of the society and sometimes even stronger members. And this is about the strength of the willpower of women also. And it's a great satisfaction from defeating the enemy, because it ends up as anti-subversive operation, and I think that people who will view the film would end up with the sense of satisfaction, happy ending.
Yeah, so I wanted to just kind of elaborate a little bit more on that last question. So how does our main character's place in the universe feel ultimately different from when we first meet him to ultimately at the end? You know, how is sort of this journey, how is sort of this social message that you want to send about disabled veterans, how are they perceived, or how are the characters ultimately making a change by the end of the story after the heist?
Так, ми бачимо.
Yes, that's right. We can see a broken person, Maria, who is forced to use a wheelchair. She is lonely. She is encapsulated in that home of hers, because the amenities are not always available for such people in our situation. And she meets another broken person in a different way, mentally, psychologically, and he has difficulties resettling. And he used to be a soldier, now member of territorial militia, and they can have something to offer to each other, and they obtain each other, and they make a family, and this mutual support transforms them, and they become stronger. And by the end of the story, they get rid of this house, which is a symbol of their past, and they come into the open, and they can live together in this big world together, united. Thank you very much. Tatiana, would you like to ask you something? Yes, good evening. Do you plan any offline events, any discussions to raise this issue of people with disabilities? Beyond the scope of this, you have to they have to use proper term. They use an obsolete term for wheelchair. Unfortunately, I cannot think of anything in English that would be adequate. Wheelchair as an invalid's chair or something. So we have 1+1 and a protest from Kyivstar. and we will plan all the offline events as a pure campaign. This is part of our marketing, and we have to work on our language, but in the script we will use only the correct term. Perhaps being nervous and making this pitch, we get confused with the language, but people use different terms, all sorts of terms in reality. But that will be colloquial. The dialogues should be colloquial, and I think that in the dialogues we can reflect this explanation for the public, just how different the terms are. Because we get confused, perhaps in our dialogues we'll be able to get the message across. Unfortunately, our time is up. We'd like to thank you for the presentation and your answers to our questions. And I would like to invite our next team for their slot. Thank you very much and good luck. We have two presentations on YouTube.
Розміщуйтесь зручніше.
So please join us, the next team, and instantly, if you need, turn on the function of simultaneous interpretation. You can find it behind the globe icon in your Zoom interface. Could you please tell whether all of you are present? I don't see so far. The team of the Silenced project. Or are we expecting for someone? Okay. I guess we're waiting for Ruslan and producers. Maybe they're in the waiting room. Should we let them in, please? Technical support. Let our colleagues in.
Скажіть ім'я та прізвище людини, якої немає.
Could you please tell the name and the surname of the people who are missing? Hello, I'm here. Good evening. Hello. And Ruslan Sharipov, please. We hope that he is Ruslan in Zoom, because if he's just Zoom account, we don't know who he is. No, we don't have Ruslan here. Well, maybe we should start. We cannot wait for him, and please write to him that he should join. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, and you will have 10 minutes to answer the questions. Please begin. Okay, just a moment. I'd like to share my screen. So far, I don't see where I can do that. When you want to share the screen, you should press the button of more with 3 dots. Shall I share my desktop? Yes, so you see it? Yep. Okay, hello, and we are presenting now our TV series with 4 episodes with the name The Silenced. After the doctoring, even the name of our project has had new senses, because now the protagonists are trying to be silenced for the second time. How is it possible? 90 years passed, they're not alive anymore, but still we added the diary from the 30s. And out of the pages, the characters are speaking to their successors. They would like to know us to know the truth. The diary has become the bridge between the past and the present. The Russian special services added it to the case as the evidence of counter-revolution activity for the accused. And in 2022, the diary is in the hands of the collaborator Dmitro, and his task is to demolish these inscriptions. What will he read that it will fully change his life? The modern setting, Melitopol city, who has just been occupied. The protagonist is Dmitro, who is 25 years old. He is happy to live under any authorities. He doesn't care, but he sympathizes Russia more because, as it's told in his TV set, Russia is the country of opportunities, and it is just bringing back its historical lands. He believes that because he has the Russian surname and so on. Well, those are the opportunities. He is promised to have a high position, but still he has to accomplish the task of the occupants and to selectively demolish some of the documents from the archive, which the occupiers still can't put up with. So he opens the archive case, and Oksana's file takes us back to the events of 19 years ago. Each episode will open with this way. The certain case is opened, and we delve deeper into the story of some character. The Dmitro's arc really is similar to the antagonist arcs. His only indicator is status and money, but the prize is the fate of the people. Sorry, your connection is really bad. We do not hear you. No, you are still interrupted. Sorry, we don't hear you. Okay, then. Now we hear you. So, as for Dmitro's arc, no, we did not hear you. Okay. Dmitro's arc. Dmitro's arc is similar to the antagonist arcs. The only indicator of happiness for him is status and money, but the price are the broken fates and total injustice. Dmitro is also silenced, but voluntarily. The events of the past and the present will be really having parallel. The methods of the Soviet authorities and occupants are similar, just they have different names. The strength and the courage with which his ancestors were fighting for the elementary life to live changed Dmitro. So how would you act when the ancestors speak to you directly, and for the opportunity to be heard, they paid the ultimate price? Dmitro, for instance, tries to flee from the occupation and to preserve his ancestors' voices for others to hear. They are not silenced anymore. He comes back to his native village of Orikhiv, which is now in the gray area and which is under enemy shelling every day. After the doctoring session, we expanded the line of Maria, the daughter of the priest. They now have the love line. They are 17 years old, and Maria goes on with the diary after Miron dies. Maria is the great grandmother who's changed his surname, and this will be also the reason for Dmitro to change his beliefs. Also, we have the Komsomol member and his wife, who are young. They are 22 years old, and thanks to these characters, we'll be able to consider how the family relations are being developed under the conditions of this societal tragedy, certain big shakes of the level of the policy. And we have the main idea of our TV series, which is similar to our intention, why we create this project. Because by uniting, we can give a strong resistance to injustice and everything which makes a person lose their rights from birth, for freedom, dignity, and their own life. And unfortunately, this has become relevant not only for Ukraine, and is still relevant, and where we can find strength for that. Our heroes will share that as well. We are pitching this project, and this is the best evidence that our grandparents have been saved by someone. When I started to speak with my team members and tell them about the idea of this TV show, every single one of them shared his or her story of their family. For instance, my story is that my great-grandmother secretly dug the whole bag with grain under the surface of her orchard. She was afraid that she may, in fact, show where it is hidden. So after the search, when the father got to know what she did and understood that they were just a step away from being killed, he really just wanted to quarrel with her, but he did not understand that she saved 9 people. But you're out of time. We cannot share any more stories. Yeah, let's move to the questions. Thank you. Please stop sharing the screen.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for taking in our discussion points. So, so as far as the structure of the episodes go, now that there's sort of, it sounds like there's a bigger present day storyline now incorporated, because I know you had mentioned there's sort of these parallel storylines happening between the past and the present. So could you kind of walk us through in terms of like the structure of the episodes, like how much of the story now will take place in the present and how much of it will be in the past? And then ultimately, what is it that you want, what is it that the main character takes away from the story that ultimately is going to resonate with the wider audience?
Taking into account that we have 48 minutes in one episode and we have 3 scenes, about 1.52 minutes, that is 4.5 minutes for the modern hero. What does he have to understand? We'd like to show the character who understood that all of his understandings about the force of our brotherly nations are totally wrong and don't have any truth in them. We would like him to be not just to be sure in words, in daily words, and from the diary, but from the words of the diary to be confirmed by the modern events. This will be the best evidence and proof of this truth. He should understand that he doesn't want to be the part of these lies. He doesn't want to be the part of this culture, different culture. We'd like him to see his ancestors and to be proud of them. He's a leader for the viewers, including the viewers from the occupied territories. And again, you are being interrupted. Your connection is interrupted. What about now? Should I change my mobile provider? Guys, could you go on instead of me if I have some problems with the connection? Yes, sure. Good evening. I would like to add about Dmitro's plotline. In fact, we are so happy that it appeared because we also had such requests before about the identification of the human in this project. But thanks to Dmitro's character, now we can, in fact, somehow see it not just between the lines, but to see it obviously. So Dmitro turns out in this series as a person who doesn't know who he is. And this diary, which later, as we find out, was done by his great-grandmother, who had to change her surname, her identity, not to be identified with the traitors from Orihi village who were prosecuted by that case, she erased self-identification for several generations of her successors. And Dmitro finds himself finally, his essence, thanks to this diary, and thanks to his vision of the parallels embedded in the script, that the methods of the occupational regime were just the same, literally the same. When one of the stories which we read about while preparing and providing adjustments after the doctoring session was one of the stories when searching for grain, they dug out the embroidered shirt with the trident, and the whole family was shot that they were there as if they were nationalists, because they just had the national symbol of Ukraine. And we can see that with the eyes of Dmitro as well, because the Ukrainian symbols are banned there as well. We found lots of such similarities, but we'll have only several of them taken into consideration in the film. Thank you. Who else of the colleagues has any questions? Good day. Tatiana, please, then the floor is yours. Thank you. Good evening, dear colleagues. I really like your outline. It seems to me it's powerful and interesting, but we all know that stories about famine, Holodomor, since our school years, and we are almost of the same age with you, they are, to some extent, they can be boring, and even they can be about crying, weeping, all the time weeping. Could you please tell? Now we have this moment in the history of Ukraine when the history of Ukraine can become interesting for the teenagers, for the young people. What's the style of the shooting is planned? And if it's hard to explain, what are the reference materials for us just to imagine how you will make the film? Yes, okay, references. We wanted to get away from the obsolete style of shooting. Our DP, as of now, developed the concept. Those are modern ways of shooting, modern perspectives and angles, maybe unusual ones, sometimes non-standard composition, but as we have wider audience, of course, we cannot experiment too much. So as for the color, I would like still not it to be that too dark or shadowy. We'd like to have bright colors. So the part of famine is the fourth episode, with the first story is when we can show the green and flourishing Ukraine, and not to get deeper into this atmosphere of horror and weeping. But besides the shooting, I wrote about the tone. We'd like to add Ukrainian humor even, because post-genocide nations are gaining this ability to make jokes, because during the hard times, people are saved by laughter, whatever it may sound weird. Of course, it will not be a comedy, but still we could hear that in the dialogues, how people perceive the world. They cannot live in the horror all the time. So through the lens of a certain joke, they perceive the whole world. We'd like to make it a very live thing, not to create weeping atmosphere. But still, when you say modern ways of shooting, it does not give me the opportunity to imagine the picture. Could you please name any references? Oh, he sent me some of the pictures, but he did not write to me which ones. As for references, I cannot remember the names. Please think, maybe you will tell us later. Yaropolk, do you have a question? Good day, thank you for your application. Let us start with the simpler questions. Could you please tell, you have relations of Kirilo and Dmitro. So Kirilo is the military of the armed forces who is hiding somewhere, and that's it. It's written that he can become a collaborator. So is he becoming a collaborator or not? Yes, he does. He agrees for that. But it's not in the classical understanding that the military who was patriotic, he used to serve and he understands that for the fact that he used to be in the Ukrainian army, he can be killed. So in my opinion, it should not say anything bad about the name of our military if they are becoming collaborants with the Russians. All this is a very subtle, I'm not that sure. Okay, I have one more question about some collaborators who are forced to become collaborants. Will you show something like that in your show? Well, we don't have any characters like that. We haven't planned them. So far,
Це люди, які дійсно, які будуть там траплятися.
Тому що у вас багато навколо колаборації в сучасності йдеться. Тому я і запитую про...
Well, I mean, as for the collaborators and the modern times, that is why I'm asking about the military guy who can become a collaborator or change sides. So I understood you did not think about that. Can I answer that question very quickly? Yes, come on. So the thing is that we will show two types of collaborators. Dmitro, who believes that Russian world will come and that's wonderful for him, for his city, and Kirilo, who is forced to collaborate to save his life. But then Kirillo's life still is not saved. He will be killed and tortured, and Dmytro is changing his opinion. Yes, I got it. Thank you. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Could you please tell, your budget is 200,000 and altogether 360,000. Where will you take 160,000? Could I answer that? Good evening. Hello. As for the funding of this 160,000, we are working on the 4 ways. First of all, TV channel 2+2, with which we have certain deals. Which deals? What do you mean? The deals about the broadcasting. I'm interested in the funding, please. So first, TV channel 2+2. Secondly, we came to the Ukrainian World Coordination Council. This is the organization which is working for more than 30 years, and it unites the Ukrainian diaspora all over the world. They are interested in the topic, and they already started fundraising along the diaspora to reveal this topic. The third point are international grants. And we are having negotiations with some of the private investors who are interested in the project. Okay, what about international grants? Did you apply anywhere? No, we haven't. Okay. And the last question from me about the modern times and the past times. You say 48 minutes of the episode and only 4 minutes for the modern times. It seems to me it's not enough to show the modern times, because it looks like that you've added those 4 minutes of modern times just for it to be. Well, in fact, we are afraid to add too much for the topic of famine to be revealed sufficiently, because we don't have enough time for all the characters to look at them closer. We don't exclude that while writing, in some episodes we'll need more scenes with the modern times. So far we have only 3 of them, which are enough for the beginning in certain episode, not just to show the entry to the history of the next character, but to understand the beginning, some changes, and then the end. So we just wrote down the key episodes, but while working, something can be changed. It is totally accessible. Thank you. Thank you. You're out of your time. Thank you for the presentation, for the answers or the questions. Have a good day. And now I invite the last team for today. Way Back Home, please join us. The team of Way Back Home, please join us and turn on the function of the simultaneous interpretation if you need it. At the bottom panel of Zoom interface, the globe icon, turn on the Ukrainian language if you need interpretation.
Команда проекту Way Back Home, скажіть.
Are you all here? Good evening. Good evening. There's one person missing. Who is it? It's our director, Julia. If she's here. Now, so 5 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for the Q&A. You have. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for surviving till this point. We are the last project for today. Way Back Home. That story started with this girl. Her name is Julia. I met her at the Institute of Prosthetic Support. She is not yet 30. She's a mom. She's a veteran, and she has the second disability category. And that's how it all started, how it was all conceived. After her Alexander Cratchit, after severe injury, as a persistent hallucinations, and he feels guilt of survivor's guilt, and when he is released from the force, he decides to go to his comrade's family, and the more he dives into their situation, the more he realizes that he is the one who needs help. He himself. This is a project about resettlement of a former military officer and coming back, they're come back to civilian life and looking for new meanings in life and in peacetime, and the family ties, the principals storylines, Cratchit and his adjustment, his resettlement, and he will be in communication with his comrades, hallucination, ghost, and his love interest. She's a business lady, and she tries to manage their company after the loss, because her late husband used to be in the CEO. Why we call it comedy? Because comedy is something that is helping in Ukrainians a lot, our sense of humor. This is our forte, and it helps the military to survive. So we think that through comedy, it is important, it is possible to discuss important and difficult topics sometimes in comedy. With an excellent opportunity to discuss serious matters. Our changes after the doctoring session, we decided to redesign one of the leading characters. This is a military psychologist. She's a veteran, and we decided to make her female veteran and military psychologist. And our opinion, this is a very good move because it provides us with some opportunity to explore the romantic interest. We should not just be obsessed with Alina's story, and we can avoid some moral standstills, because with this female veteran we can also touch upon gender equity among veterans and the military in general, because in our society and also in the armed forces we have certain problems, and female veterans have their needs which make them which are special and different from the man's problems. And she's a psychologist.
Ваше зі звуком у вас стало погано чути.
Something happened to your sound. Sorry. It's better now. Well, this is a story way back home. It's a veteran story, and we think that it is very much in compliance with the USA's guidelines, because this is a person who incurred disability at war, and this is about the culture of inclusiveness. This is a story about a strong female character, business lady, which makes it possible to make experience of Ukrainian ladies who lost their special ones visible. This is a story of a female veteran who is now helping the military and promotes the value of psychological counseling and therapy. Our principal goal is to facilitate resettlement for veterans, inform the society about this process of resettlement, spread the culture of acceptance and inclusion, and in the and to bridge the gap between the people who come back with combat experience and those who stayed in the rear and actually have no such experience. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. So we're sharing the screen. Stop sharing, and we still have to put questions.
I love my delay. I'm like, when Alex goes silent, it takes about 30 seconds for that to catch up with me. So appreciate your patience. So as we talked about last time, I think there's a lot of great stuff here. I think you guys want to explore PTSD and disability. I think all of that is very clear and clean, and I think you have found a way into the storytelling that makes it feel natural and organic, which is good. I think it's a good idea that you included a love interest for our main character, since we talked about last time, your intention wasn't to create any sort of romantic chemistry between him and her. From a story standpoint, what are the stakes that are keeping the two sides together that have to work with each other? Like what is ultimately at risk, or what is ultimately at stake, and what are ultimately the goals that sort of, especially since this is 8 episodes, what's forcing the characters to have to stay with each other then?
Добре, у нас є...
Well, let me explain. We have this storyline. Alina has a company, and there is this raiding attempt, and her little son Nazar is in danger. Because of this jeopardy, she asks Cratchit to be around, and the comrade's hallucination insists that he sticks around because his principal price is security, and he wants to replace, to substitute his lost comrade to provide security for the family.
Okay. But is it like, okay. And then what about, so I guess one of the things I'm just trying to understand a little bit better is just, so that makes sense. We just have to make sure that the stakes are going to be there, right? So like that there's real drama happening, that, you know, even if he, let's say, I can't deal with this anymore, it makes sense that he can't just leave and abandon the family, and vice versa. If they're like, you know what, we understand he sort of fulfills this sort of parental avoidance in our kid's life, but we also don't need him around all the time. So it's just things. One thing to think about is just what's going to keep them together. And we don't have to answer that now, but just something to keep in the back of your mind.
Я зрозумів, це добре питання.
This is a good comment, very much to the point. I think we have to develop this deeper. We need a more convincing answer. This is dramedy. How will you present the comedy element of dramedy? The ghost character can be only seen by the lead character, and he creates all those embarrassing situations. And this character Cratchit used to be a military officer, and he's much more comfortable in his own milieu, and now he has to learn how to live in a different environment and how to express himself, how to communicate with the children with ladies. It's a difficulty, some kind of difficulty for him. So this is this is this new experience, so he can see amputation or rehabilitation, and so these are natural circumstances, but this is not an artificial kind of chain of events. Good evening. I'm a great supporter of the project. I like this resettlement line for veterans, or theme rather, but I was a bit annoyed. Perhaps it was a mistake when we were discussing. You said that she's a strong lady, and then she tries to manage her husband's business. And when I was reading for the first time, I had the impression that it was her business. If we want to promote strong ladies' story and socially important content, it's not okay. And I always also wanted to ask you, you had a real girl's picture at the beginning of your presentation, a girl, a young woman with disability. Why did you change the gender? Why didn't you go for the real prototypes gender? Irina Chernous, why did you use her picture? It was my mistake. This company belongs to her. They used to be co-founders with the late husband. It's her company. So why we change the leading character's gender? She inspired that, but when I talked to other veterans, I was doing my research, I somehow decided to make this lead character male, because males are less emotional, and it's much more important to inspire them to apply for assistance. I'm talking from experience. Be careful, yes, but I'm talking from experience anyway. That's real life. This is Irina Chernous is a reference character. If she decides to cooperate with us, I would be happy. Thank you, Yaropol. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your pitch. Your budget is 489,000 and 50% is assigned to SCTV. Have you signed an agreement? We had a letter from her, but the condition they said is if you give us the 50%, they are committed to make their matching contribution. What if they change their mind? I don't think so. We are in active cooperation with them, and there is this understanding about rehabilitation of veterans with PTSD. Would you like to give real-life examples, or like that Gambit, Queen's Gambit? There's nothing about chess. Or do you use this as a teaser to engage people with PTSD topic, or will you really capitalize on that? We will provide recommendations. We have a military psychologist as our consultant, and with that in mind, we are cooperating with Veteran Hub and the Ministry for Veterans, so that we can actually depict the purposes of such assistance. And have you had any contact with the military or ex-military requiring this kind of help? I mean, the people on this team. Yes, I know people personally who need it, but do you know much about rehabilitation techniques for such patients? So one or two, you personally.
Для цього у нас є експерти, які нам...
Well, we have experts for that, and we'll seek their advice about the most advanced techniques. For example, tomorrow, a military officer will come to you after spending a year at the front line. Do you know anything about the best way to stabilize that kind of person? I cannot give you any answer on stabilization, but I know what should be done, what should be avoided. You should not approach them from the back. You should not wake them up or touch them from behind. Minimize triggers like with the sound. So thank you for the answer, because for the people feeling that it is important to know that what kind of subject matter they're trying to depict. So, I think you need some basic expertise. Gain it if you need for the filming process, for the production process. That's it. As far as our time is concerned, Josh has to leave us, has other commitments. Thank you for your time, and I would like to thank all the participants of our session today.
For participating in this pitch session.
Yeah.
І хочу подякувати технічній команді, нашим перекладачам, моїм колегам.
I'd like to thank the technical team, the interpreters, and that concludes our session, and the recordings of both sessions from yesterday and from today will be made available on our YouTube channel. And the results of the competition on PITCHUA Plus Ukrainian Strength, I think will, by the 20th of October, be able to announce